like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
And only Neptune the Gentleman. This show is brought to you by Garena, Call of Duty Mobile, and gentlemen, I absolutely am pumped for the day that we have in front of us here today, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the Plunge, the greatest battle royale tournament for Call of Duty Mobile, and there are a lot of teams in here, especially with the new update. I'm excited to see how they are going to go in for the gameplay at this point, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the update has just changed so many things in the game. a lot of players are complaining because the sensitivity that they are used to is no longer a beast that they can continue to tame the game with. Right, so many new adjustments being brought forth, and it's definitely going to throw a lot of challenges before our pro players in here today. And the pro scene has always been one that the community has been looking forward to every single update, right? To see how they get used to the environment, to see exactly how they continue to be on top of their game. And that in itself is going to make this competition even that much more exciting today, Neptune.
Yeah, I love to see the story, how the teams are moving, how the changes that they've done on their tactics, especially how they will be moving this time compared to the previous sessions or seasons of the plunge, because there's a lot of changes in here, and those will show us different gameplays.
Absolutely right. Now, with all of the suspense that they are waiting for, who are the teams that are going to be jumping in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We will walk you through because it's a long, long list, gentlemen. 25 teams in semifinals one. I'm going to run through half the names here. Yigra Themis in Yesina Downtown version 1, Newgrounds, Ivinco, Most Wanted, Vindico, Cool Kids Gaming, Antares X, NRS. Esports Philippines 420, the one and only Star VIP Orion, Nova Nemesis. We've got Vagrant Squad in there as well. Two Good Killers Kuma, the Collectors Backfire, as well as Tesla Esports Ampere Neptune.
And we have Noob Potato, 7th Brigade Fuerza, ASEAN Cloud9, Fate X, CV1V1, SWAT Icarus, ASC Galaxy, Armaments Vengeance, CKG Eras, Atrox Main, Latus, Anemo Esports, LC316, and Arcanum Ignis Night Owls, just for the semifinals. And this is the first team that we're going to see.
Yeah.
Or first set that we're going to see.
Yeah, so many new names and so many old names in the mix as well. The Kings are finally back, my man. The Kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale are finally back in the pro scene. But here's the thing, as long as they were in the pro scene in the past, competing in official tournaments, they were the king. They picked their title up, and then they dropped out of the pro scenes, man. They haven't been showing up that much, NRX 420. Now that they are back, will they be able to dominate, or are they going to get kicked out of those lobbies early, Neptune? That's one thing that's on a lot of minds as well.
Well, we'll have to find out, because this is the first, for quite some time. Yeah, NRX 420 has been out from the plunge for the majors for quite some time. And you did mention a few names and familiar names in here, as well as new names. So I love this mix. This is why I love Call of Duty Mobile, because the mix of pros and new upcoming pros will be shown right there.
Absolutely, man. And, this is not all of the mix, right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We are looking at what are they fighting for as well. Later on, you will have a sneak peek at the prize pool that these teams are jumping in here for. Because, even that has changed, right, Neptune? Garena has stepped things up. But before we can get to what they can take back home, let's take a breakdown. Let's take a quick look at the breakdown of the point system. This hasn't changed that much. Getting that number one spot still backs quite a number of points for yourself, 15 points in total. A second spot gets you 13, third spot 11, and the fourth position gets you 9 points. Anywhere below that, Neptune, is already danger zone. And of course, they go by 7, 5, and then of course 4 points if you are in the 7th and 8th position. If you are on, anywhere between the 9th spot all the way down to 25, you better buck up in the next round, don't you think, buddy?
Yeah, if you'll be ending up probably 9th or to the 15th, at least you should have a few kills to your name. So for you to be able to move up a little bit on the ranking.
Yeah. And, placement points definitely means a lot. And we are going to be seeing so many of these teams camp it out most probably towards the very final zone. We know the Philippines is very, very famous for holding out. And, when we get down to the second or third final zone, that's where the true battles start, right, Neptune? And that's where all of chaos ensues. And this is exactly what we were talking about moments ago. What they're fighting for. Garena has stepped it up with the prize pool, my man.
Yeah, indeed. With the prize pool right now, apart from just CPs, you will be getting pesos in there. And we're talking about cash and ka-ching, ka-ching. Let's go over in here. Let's start from the bottom from 11 to 15. So the placement of 11 to 15 will be taking 1,000 CPs. 9 to 10 will be taking 2,000. 7 to 8 will be taking 3,000. 5 to 6 will be taking 5,000. Now, number 4, 8,000 CPs plus 10,000 pesos in there. Oh my God! When we hear pesos, especially with 1,000 in there, it really gets me exciting, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, top 3 spots. Look at that: 12,000 CPs and 20,000 pesos. 15,000 CP, 30,000 pesos, and of course, you step it up to that number 1 spot, 20,000 CP, 40,000 pesos for the pickup. But this is for the grand finals. This is not for today. Today is just the semis. We've got 2 of these groups going in. These are just your first 25 teams that we have introduced. So many other names that are going to be coming up in that second bracket as well that I am so excited to see in action later on today, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And probably the reason why we're showing you only one team, because we want you to focus on just the first set of teams who will be battling it out for the semifinals. Because we don't want you to think about who will be going to the finals just yet, because we like to see how the game goes first. Like we mentioned, we have new names coming in and the pros in there coming in. So this is an exciting story that we have right here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So how many of these teams are paying attention to the strategy? How many of these teams are paying attention? And I'm not talking, when I say strategy, I don't mean their own strategy, right? Because that's what you do when you want to get better at the game. That's what you do when you want to step into a couple of lobbies together with your friend. You work on the basics there, and then with the teamwork, you come up with a couple of strats. And all of that is sorted out before you jump into a competition. When you jump into a competition, Neptune, it's all about finding out what the strategies of your opponents are. So the biggest question here for me is going to be who has done their homework? Who has done their homework in terms of the drop zones that these big teams usually look out for? Because when you throw big names like Apex or SWAT into the mix, and NRX 420 is there, you let these guys go on to that final zone, and it's going to be trouble for sure, because these big dogs always dominate that final zone. So you want to be able to take them out early, and finding out where their favorite drop zones are is definitely going to be throwing a huge spanner in the clockworks for them. But at the same time, it's big risk as well. So big risk, big rewards, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if you manage to find out, say you have a targeted team, manage to find out where their drop zones are and go into that early engagement, it's either you took out the whole team or you'll be out. Now, it depends on, like what you mentioned, how much they did, the homework that they did, as well as the practice that they have. And reminder, guys, we only had 2 weeks in here from the update up until this competition for them to do those adjustments if they had made some adjustment on their gameplays as well as the opposing team. So there's a lot of things that needs to be considered in here, especially on this the plunge, and that is why this is quite exciting, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, those are the changes. Let's talk about the zombie mode, man. The zombie mode is a huge pain as well, because it's been so freaking distracting. The zombie mode comes out, nobody's playing Battle Royale, nobody's playing multiplayer, everybody's focusing in on, just beating up some zombies, ranking themselves up, improving their skill level as well, right? So that most definitely has affected preparation for the plunge as well, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it's affected you as well. Can you even put it down?
Yeah, I mean, there were some times wherein I had to get out of my usual routine and get into the zombie mode, because the buzz of zombie mode, definitely the buzz and the way it looks right now compared to previously. Oh my God, you wouldn't want to miss that, AJ.
I started off playing Call of Duty Mobile. I fell in love with the zombies mode, and then they took it away. I was the saddest kid, but obviously they took it away for the right reason. I knew they were reworking it, but I did not expect them to rework it in a way where the zombies are now going to be put into the Battle Royale map instead, and you're going to be scratching and scrambling to be looting out not just in a small enclosed area, but the whole of that battle royale map. It just makes it so much more crazier. I haven't had enough time invested in the zombies mode just yet. I've been so super busy. Let us know in the comment section, how have you guys been receiving the zombies mode? Because a lot of fans are not very happy with some of the modes within Battle Royale itself being quite temporary, right? We've got the Alcatraz mode, which isn't always there, and the community is demanding for it, right? They're like, why do you have to take away something so good? Why do you think, Neptune? Because zombies is one of those things where I want them to like keep it there untouched. Like, just leave it there.
Well, I think because when we talk about zombies, it's the rework that they've done. Alcatraz, probably it's the data. I'm just thinking about the data. They need to get more data onto the actual gameplays, like Battle Royale, the classic Battle Royale, and other modes as well. And if they don't took it out, then probably they won't be able to get accurate data when it comes to like how Battle Royale really works. So they just put it in there and take it out temporarily just to give some time for the devs to look it up.
Yeah, absolutely. To see exactly how many people are scrambling for that mode each and every single time they bring it back up, right? I mean, they want to keep the hype alive as well. But don't do it with the zombies mode, Garena, okay? We love it. We love the hype with the zombies. Just keep it there. We'll keep on going right back to it. The match is about to kick off. I can see the flight path is already on the way, Neptune. So we are going to be jumping into the game. We wish all of the teams that you guys are supporting good luck in the comment section, ladies, German boys and girls. And let's hope that this is a solid one, a good one. Once again, will the Kings remain the Kings, Neptune, or will they be moving right back out to that lobby early on in the game? That's the biggest question for match number 1.
Yes, indeed. And here we go. The flight path is on. And the teams are already spread out, but we're seeing a few teams who's already going into the snow area. And this is quite, not a surprisingly, really, that they will be going to the snow area because they want to get that mobility, especially when they get the snowboard, especially with the update that they did in the snowboard. But I'm seeing the teams already, a few members, and they're being taken out already, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, I love what the game is doing with the snowboards. A lot of the community, they're not really happy with the nerf that the snowboard recently received, whereby it slows down in non-snowy areas. I mean, it only makes sense for the snowboard to slow down in non-snowy areas, if you get what I mean, Neptune.
Yeah. And there was some jokes running around when it was released. I mean, the time where in snowboard are too OP, and there were jokes, why they call it snowboard when it's moving the same way on other. And this time, Call of Duty Mobile just gave it to you, and hopefully you make that adjustment. And this also is a good tactic because part of the map, or almost, we're just seeing teams right now. Let's go. Let's go ahead to the game right now and talk about later on the snowboard, because I know we're going to see a lot more of that later, AJ.
I'm very sure at the early moments of the game, we will have so many more opportunities to have that chit chat about the snowboard, right? Because it's definitely a conversation worth having. Because be careful what you ask for. I mean, community, they, like you said, man, when the snowboard was OP, there were so many memes about it, so many complaints of it just being too overpowered in circumstances that allowed pro players to make quick ins and outs, right? You have an Echo, you've got a Striker, like recently the Striker got buffed up again. Imagine having the snowboard not nerfed and that buffed up Striker in your hand. A player like Blink is going to be, okay, he's already a god in Call of Duty Mobile, but he will be an even bigger, more supreme god with that sort of a mix, man.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it brings me back a few seasons onto this game, because like a few seasons, the Striker is OP. I mean, well, I think it's earlier in the seasons. If I'm thinking season 3 or 4, but back to the fighter,
time ago.
and also, yeah, and also I just saw someone in there from Sinag on an airborne, which is seldom to be seen previously before the nerf of the snowboard. So I think we're just going back to the roots of Call of Duty Mobile, wherein we're seeing different gameplays with the new additions of vehicles and well, snowboards and other guns as well. But the tactic it is, I think we're going back a few seasons wherein the teams are really dominating it, not just escaping from the fights.
Yeah, another way to put that, Neptune, is the meta is growing for Call of Duty Mobile, and that's just so exciting to witness, right? From being a brainless gameplay where you just need to have skills, you need to be really, really fast with your reflexes, you will be able to win matches, to moving into a type of game where you really need to have your strategy. That you can't just jump in for a battle without your brains and expect to jump out of it alive, right? It's gonna be Varde in here for Triple V, beautiful with the smoke bomb, and he gets the takedown as well. Opportunity for all of them now. They will be circling round. One more player from Team 10 right there in front of them. It's gonna be Ator, and he's not silly enough to step up when all of these players are just zipping around them, man. I mean, snowboards are all around. The chopper is in the vicinity as well. Team 22, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they look to be out here to absolutely dominate their opposition. Aatrox's main.
Yeah, Aatrox's main in here. Another new name that we've been seeing on the Plunge right now. And, well, I think there's one reason. There's still something to it on some of the loot that they can get, especially on this snowy area. Because at some point, you might lose some of the vehicles. You might lose the chopper that they have right here. And you will need a quick escape. Well, when I say quick, it will only bring you a few meters, and that is the how far that you can, especially in non-snowing area, that you will need, especially for this team, because they know how to turn it around when they got that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, we for the audience who are wondering, is this Mustachio and Neptune? These guys usually hype it up, man. We've got 8 rounds to go in here. Trust us when we say the hype is coming, right? But we gotta pace it out a little bit. But a lot of talking points for Call of Duty Mobile because of the update once again, Neptune. And it just breaks out the pace. I once again going back to how the meta has grown, the story for Call of Duty Mobile, be it Battle Royale or be it MP, it just continues to grow within the scene. And that's just so beautiful to witness. It's gonna be an absolute rush. CKG Eli trying to get away, but unfortunately knocked down. And that is just gonna be way too easy. But the team is not eliminated just yet, though.
Yes, indeed. And the collectors really collecting all those kills. They have 3 on their name already, and we'll have to find out as they move into the zone. There are a few teams who might be waiting for them, trying to gatekeep them, but I'm pretty sure the collectors in here will be able to avoid or probably be able to come back against them. Now, it's too early into the game. We're just heading into the second circle right now, or the first circle that's just closing in. So this is quite some time for you to stay back a little bit, loot some things, and if you have a chopper, probably jump into the zone.
Yeah, I'm shocked, man. I'm shocked at the tenacity of the Filipinos, but I'm even more shocked at how wise the Filipinos are. Beautiful cluster grenade getting dropped now. Maku, as well as his team member, getting knocked down all at the same time. Ori just beside him. Creed trying to get there beside them as soon as possible with the snowboard. Snowy area makes it much easier to get that done. And let's switch on over as well to team number 24. We have got LC316 going in here for the hunt, Neptune, and it looks like it will be possible. Team 19, ASE Galaxy, they are most definitely in trouble.
And there you go. We have Gosmo was waiting in there and then turns around and being backstabbed. And LC right now in here going in for the kill. There's only one member. It's Creed right now from ASC who's surviving. And this is what I'm talking about. The snowboard still works, especially on these area if you want to get away and probably get those dog tags. But Alfaro is in here with the same speed together with the rest of the teams are trying to go in for the catch. They really want to clear this team out, AJ.
Look at production just staffing it up, man. With the 3-screen flex right there, Neptune. Absolutely love it, man. Absolutely love it. 80 players still alive. 24 teams, and it's going to be team number 24, LC316. The attack comes right back through Aatrox main, and they want to go in for the snap. Zeus gets turned into a dog tag, and Safari with so little health left. 15 on that HP tries to get away, and he will be able to do exactly that. Team 19 right there in front of him, so he is out of the fire. But I don't know if that is just the end of the danger zone there for him, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to go in onto the sides, and this is one thing that we're seeing. Some of them, since they won't be able to get away that easily, they clump up onto the side of the zone, wherein a lot of teams are already in there. And with plus the airdrop, a lot of teams will be going in. But there goes Vardy going in for the double capture of those dog tags. And I think the two teams or two members will be coming back in here, AJ.
AK-47 Pumpkin. Now, it looks like Tesla wants to get involved with this fight. Tesla Esports Ampere, one of the dominating squads of Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see if or not they will be able to take over this lobby. We still haven't had our eyes on team number 6 so far, have we? NRX 420 is just nowhere to be seen, Neptune.
Yeah, I think they are getting prepared. They're getting prepared. So much for NRX 420, knowing their tactic. It's either they will go into a spot wherein there's not much distraction, try to loot up as much as possible, wait for the airdrop. Wherein it is happening right now on this area that we're looking at right now, and knowing from the map, probably they saw it. Ooh!
Oh! What a push, but unfortunately, Praise gets taken out from the back. MX9 gets that backstab, and the opportunity after opportunity. Don't mess with the smoke bomb. This the defender still managing to shoot in through to the smoke, but thankfully his team member will be able to go in for the assist and get the knock as well. ASC now in a lot of trouble. Zekan goes in for that backup. ICR1 manages to get a couple of shots, but he has got the snowboard on himself as well, and this is a chase. The game has just gone up to a whole new level of hype after this update, and competitively, Neptune, we are in for a treat, man. This is just the first lobby. This is just the first match, my friend.
Yes, indeed. I mean, there's a lot of things happening already, even as the flight ensues in there. And we just took our time because, like we mentioned, there are 8 matches in here, and we want to give you all that energy, especially on the final circles when it comes to those important points. But right now, a lot of teams are already going in for those fights, and we lost already one team in here, and we have Tesla right now going in against Creed, and there you go. Tesla right there, taking 5 kills already on this match.
Oh, let's see exactly what SWT has in here as well. Opportunity after opportunity will cross them. Team 22 right in front. SWAT Icarus with the opportunity to eliminate Aatrox main. A cluster bomb in attack, but Triple V's already out of there. Pepito will have to go in here for the chase, but he will just have a few more seconds because backup's already on the way, Neptune.
Yes, indeed, backup is on the way, and same as the snowy area on the grassy lands, we have in here a battle, and we have a most wanted on the high ground. Oh, team number 20 right now is going in for the chase. This is going F and F right here as we go in for Soul. Going in, but Jet was taken down. Soul right now trying to get away. Oh, barely getting away on that snowboard and stepping outside the zone with only a few HP in here. Dots right now going for the backup, and I think they will be going in for the heal and recovery at this point, AJ.
Well, they will be able to go in for Jet's dog tag. That's not too far away, just across the street. And on top of that, their opponents seem to have moved away from that situation already. Off screen, Bobby is having a little bit of excitement with his Arctic 50 as he goes in for a shot after the other. Beautiful detonation of the Big Bertha. Shen gets taken down. Rygo absolutely on point, and they will push up into the air with the airborne as well. Into the next zone they go. And only one squad has been dropped so far in this lobby.
I mean, this is quite exciting in here because they're still coming back up. Only one has been taken out despite of the battle that we've seen so far. But there you go. We have a most wanted Rygo being taken down. And a lot of teams are going in here. If you look at the minimap on the upper right, there's a lot of dog tags in here that we've seen, and I think they will be coming back in there. Another team has been eliminated already. We're down to 23 teams, AJ.
Okay, let's see if or not this pace will continue. Too many men. Oh, come on, Bobby. Give these boys a break. That sniper's just way too hot, man. Way too hot. Star Soul, opportunity. Now they want to be on the back foot for just a bit. Why? Because it's Jet's dog tag that they have their eyes on. And like I said, man, they most probably will be able to get this. The opponents have gone away. Soul picks it right back up. Opponents right in front of them. They have to be really careful here, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if they're trying to just get away using the snowboard, that won't work. I think it's a sniper that we've heard earlier taking shots at them, and then the zone will be closing in. This will be trouble for Star right now.
Yeah, Star VIP, they've already managed the bringing back the two members on for that revive flight. But this is once again the weakness of that snowboard. You might as well drop it and start running in. If you miss the zone right now, it's trouble, man. But the zone is still gentle at this point, Neptune. The next one, yeah, you're not going to get that easy. Jet just comes right back in, knocked onto the ground once again, gets turned into a dog tag. And this time around, I don't think he's going to be that lucky. His opponents are way too good right there in front of him. Poor guy, didn't even have a gun on him.
Yeah, I mean, well, probably pistol coming from the revive flight, but it's difficult to go in, especially with the teams who are like have SMGs and AR. But that is a problem when you die out early and then drop in outside of the area wherein your team might be able to back you up. Because a lot of teams, you can see in there, a lot of teams are already clumped up, especially in this area of Sakura, and they're just moving slowly into the circle. On none of the teams so far, or a few teams only, wants to go in the middle of the circle because they want to get those kills. And we've seen Papi in there going in for the kill as well. Oh, there you go!
Oh, the tank is just running rampage. I'll be quite surprised to see the tank make it into the final zone, man. I mean, at this point of the competition, teams should be running at least one FHJ on their squad. Mute has got the Arctic 50 on him as well, and that's gonna be probably a legendary one, making it a little bit more of a pain to deal with, right? The zone goes in a little bit smaller. You don't really get to hide from all of these snipers. And, you know, when you've got a player like Papi behind that scope, it just gets a little bit more complicated, right? 316, Yuan lost Aatrox, still trying to cause wreckage in here. Team 22 has been so dominant so far. Smoke bomb coming out just a little bit as well. This is your Trapper Safari, who has been so dominant in all of his fights. 2 takedowns so far, just complimenting the 5 that his team members have given the squad.
Yes, indeed. And you mentioned about dominant because Aatrox main, looking at the stats from the qualifiers, they are third. The average kill on this lineup, the lineup that we have on semifinals number 1, they are third in there with 17.50 average kills on just from the qualifiers. So I think they are in there to get those kills, AJ.
Well, it is team number 8 here who might be looking for a couple of kills, or will they get slain? Nova Nemesis taken on NRX 420. Good decision here as they will break away from that encounter. Turning right back round. Hopefully this does not bite them in the back. At the edge of the safe zone. And Team 8 will continue to survive. It looks like Nova Nemesis has got a lot more to prove as well as to achieve in this round, Neptune.
Yes, indeed, and they will get more because they are taking the high ground, smack dead in the middle of that next circle, and I think they have a good position in here. The great opportunity to be able to get those kills.
Oh, great position, immediately ousted by NRX 420. Papi with those shots. Arctic 50 once again. CKG Giro might just lose his life. Papi is in the scene. Throws a trap real quick up to the second floor in anticipation of a backstab, in anticipation of an attack. AK-47 Kuromaku in hand, and the combination of that sniper makes this guy an absolute monster. Now let's see if or not Mashu will be able to close the gap as well and to be able to take down Team 16. A definite big mountain to climb and conquer here. Mashu, opportunity, AK-47 with 10 HP, gets it done, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And Mashu in there just disregarded for a moment his teammates who has been taken down by the grenade. And there you go. We have a most wanted Mashu as we go into Pabi once again together with the rest of NRX 420. They're being rushed right now by CKG, but a comeback in there. Oh my God, AJ.
Kape was there for the backup. Now let's see if or not they will be able to continue doing this. Mute with the Fennec in hand goes right up to the top of that roof, and he will be able to play hide and seek for just a little bit. The full squad of NRX Squad 20 right in front of that bound house in front of him. Kaizen, on the other hand, still has the tank on him. One of his team members with him as well. Team 13, but the moment Kaizen steps out, Safari from the back, AK-47. And bye, Maru gets knocked real quick with the tank. And Team 13, they will have to back away from this position if they want to survive a little longer. But this is the same, so where else do they go, Neptune?
There's nowhere else to go. It's either you go to the high ground or to the edge, but there you go. We have battles after battles happening, but here comes NRX 420 already on the flight. Kape right now going in for the rush. I think they want to go in for those snowboards first because they will not do anything, but Kape was hit in there by that truck and going back up, but will be taken down by Safari.
Oh, unfortunate, gets hit by the truck, but even as he got hit by the truck, he still managed to get a knock. Now, Gare is the one and only final player for NRX 420, the youngest player. So many a times this kid has pulled off that wonder clutch. Now, let's see if or not he'll be able to do against so many other big dogs. This is his moment to shine. This is his moment to step up tall above all of the other NRX 420 players. Team 8 still standing tall here, just like him. Nova Nemesis, almost of a full squad. A-Truck, one shot, and it looks like the Echo Demonized will still be dominant, Neptune.
Yes, indeed, and here comes the crowd going in for the push, but will be hit by that purifier and will be taken down. Nova Siege has been taken down, and Safari right now just above, going in for those kill. Will now left with two teams, AJ.
Okay, this is the opportunity. A-Truck, they should be able to close this. They started things off so strong. Team 22. And now with the opportunity to finish off Nova Nemesis. It's the numbers game, Neptune. You know how this works. And obviously it finishes the way it is supposed to. The numbers game always catch up. Team 22, A-Truck's main, finish the game with a victory.
Oh my God. And I was just pointing out how much kills they have. I mean, the average kills that they have from the qualifiers. And yeah, this is why they qualified as well as won that round. And that is why we had to look into Atrix Main is a new name from my ears. And this is why they are, or I'm excited to see them because they are moving up on the ranks.
Absolutely. And this is this the definite answer for my question on whether or not the Kings will remain at the top? All the old Kings got taken down quite early there, Neptune. They had their prodigy alive, and the prodigy just couldn't get it done. The numbers game were to catch up. In essence, Kape could have gotten a little bit more lucky, but the truck just served it up real good to him. And that goes into positioning once again, right? It's just how Team 22 stuck together. They didn't let go of, a position which would have put them in a lot of trouble. We saw how the barn was taken over by NRX 420. They chose to go for cover. But, A-Rock's main, they just stood out in the open and they said, hey, if you want to bring the fight to me, bring it right on.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they just hang in that on a high ground, and usually that is still working at this point. The high ground still works as long as you have as much cover and as much visibility from 360. You'll be able to defend yourself, and you'll be able to get back and get in on number one.
Yeah, one of the few times you see the big dogs, the Kings of old, I need to add at this point, stepping into a lobby, almost getting it done, but just not going all the way through. Will this story continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? You guys want to know. I want to know. We've been waiting to find out for such a long time. Opportunity to come back in here for the Kings, but that exact
definitely we'd like to see the Kings in there, the old Kings in there to go up on the winner. I think that they're just backing off a little bit. We mentioned earlier before the game began that there's a lot of changes, so they want to check in on those changes if it has been applied in here on the first round of the semifinals. And I think as they move forward into the next rounds, they will be able to make those adjustments and make those awesome kills and wins in here from the side of NRX 420, and also not to count out some of the teams who are also jumping in here on this game, showing great potential at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, unfortunate for Nova Nemesis, right? Because they did initially find quite a great ground to hold on to. You pointed out this vantage point that they had. And the first opponents that kind of disrupted their positioning was NRX 420. Lucky for them, NRX 420 needed to move a little bit earlier on. So they managed to move back into their prime spot. They had the vantage point, somewhat similar to Team 22 Aatrox main, but they just weren't able to hold it in the exact same way, right? If anything, Aatrox main had a slightly more disadvantageous position, but nobody was paying attention to them.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at earlier the rush by Aatrox main into Nova Nemesis, taking down a few members in there, it seems like Nova Nemesis was just looking at the one person at that point. And that is one thing that you don't want to do. You have each team, you have 4 members in there. You have to have a specific, say, quarter that you want to look into so that you'll have great visibility on the whole map, especially on that small circle and on that small hill in there, so that you'll be able to come back around just in case anyone push you from the sides.
Yeah, man. And, we saw a couple of situations like what you've just described, break down in the exact same way, gentlemen. And, one of the best ways to learn and get better in Battle Royale is to die in many different ways. So hopefully in round 2, that doesn't happen again. Very, very strong showing from all of the names in here that we've come across today, with Aatrox main being so consistent throughout that whole match. And consistency is key. This is something that we've touched on competition after competition after competition. And when we talk about consistency, this is mainly brought up in Battle Royale because the situations that you are placed in is not exactly the same round after round. It's a little bit different from multiplayer, where it's a game of rock, paper, scissors at times, where you are able to go either A or B. For example, Battle Royale, it's A all the way up until Z, and each and every single difference in decision that you make match after the match, it just changes, man. So those micro decisions really, really go a long way to affect your game. And for Aatrox main to remain consistent, match number 1 all the way through is so impressive. If they're able to continue this, dude, they would have blown my mind today.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Aatrox main to be that consistent, like what just AJ mentioned, and the rest of the teams to move up a little bit. I mean, this is semifinals right now. For the teams who are listening right now, watching right now, don't wait until the final matches to be able to go in onto those skills and to those points, because this is your chance to be able to reach the leaderboard up to the finals.
Absolutely, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I believe we have got a break right here in front of us. So a quick short one when we come back, round number 2.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Plunge Philippines Battle Royale brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune. Game number one. Atrox Main picking up the victory. What do you think about that, gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite expected for Aatrox main, especially when the teams in there, the top teams, has been taken down. Like if I'm not mistaken, that was sixth or fifth spot wherein they were taken down in there, and they end up, or Aatrox main ended up on the final two teams. So Nova Nemesis still or has an advantage in there, but they weren't prepared for what Aatrox main has to offer at that point, AJ.
Yeah, and we've seen the dream run for squads in the past, but we've also seen those dream runs come to an immediate end in the very next match that they go into. Once again, consistency is key. Dropping back into continuing the point that I was making earlier, because of how much of inconsistency in terms of the gods of RNG throw at your face when you come into a game like Battle Royale. How much of inconsistencies in terms of the gameplay of your opponents that you might anticipate but just not find in the matchup at all, right? Because in before going into the previous match, we talked about how much of homework have these teams been going around and getting done. Of course, when you've read the gameplay of these big teams, how much of the old or usual plays do these big teams drop in here with? Are they changing it up? I mean, it'll be absolutely silly for NRX 420 to think that people are not watching them, not learning from their drops, right? So it's a whole game of trying to throw dust or sand into the opponent's eyes and get away, survive long enough, and then take that final battle at the end of the zone as well. But how important do you think the kill points have been in the competition so far, Neptune? Because we don't really see a lot of these teams rushing out there for those kills.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the placement points that was shown earlier, it's not quite different from the top one to top two. So it's a 15 and 13 in there. So the 2 points that they have in lead, if taking the winner, if it will be caught up with the number of kills, then that will be very important. And also, it is important to go into the early engagement. And like what we've seen earlier, a lot of teams are doing their best to eliminate the squads that they are going against because they want to get the kills as well as to eliminate any competition up into the smaller circle that they're going into.
Yeah, because the greater your probability of surviving all the way down to the final circle, the greater the probability of you surviving as the top 5 teams. You don't really need to focus in on those kills all that much. Now, when you are being placed in terms of positioning 9th all the way down to that 25th spot, that's when those kill points become so essential, right, gentlemen? Because apart from that, those placement points aren't really going to be getting you anything much at all. So if you do mess up, the best thing to hope for is you get a round 1 lobby with a lot of kills. But unfortunately, that's just not how the balance works, is it? Because those teams that don't really place really well usually aren't that skilled at getting those kills as well. So it's a double whammy if you're coming into the competition a little underprepared, don't you think?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you need to be prepared for either way, whether you get a placement as well as to get the kills. It's well, if you're not confident enough to go in for those early engagement, yeah, you can just wait for the placement game. The placement game will still work. But the moment that you step in there going in on a team versus team on the final circle, you might end up going second.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see if or not we will see any squads just purely play the placement game, right? Because some teams, some squads understand where they stand. Some teams understand in a gunfight, the probability of getting the victory is a little low. So they do try to just focus in on just purely those placements, but that in itself is a whole other predicament because this is a full lobby, Neptune. Even when you go to some creative scrims and all, very few of them run a maximum maxed out lobby like this. 25 squads, very rare. So from the get go, that's the main reason why we're getting so much of action, right? And that just makes it so much more difficult for these teams that find it difficult to mechanically master the game or mechanically, overtake some of these situations against their opponents to get up even to that final circle. Sorry, the second circle, not even the final one.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things. The game is so dynamic, plus the RNG gods, plus the placement of the team. So they need to be prepared to whatever it is that they are going against. So all those accuracies are still at point. I mean, it's still a point that they need to get those accuracies, those kills, and all. But the strats in there to go into this game, up into the the final circle, will be great as well, AJ, as we head over to round number 2.
Yeah, boy. Flight path cutting through from the practice range all the way down to the frigid wetlands, opening up the snowy areas for the teams for sure. But the sky platform is literally right below the flight path, right? So let's see exactly how many squads have the cojones to drop in here, and only one. Yigra Themis with one player flying over to Crash just to be safe. But that guy's regretting right now, right? Because the sky platform is quite far away from Crash Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they need to go in for plan B just in case. But I think they just want to take over on the sky platform in there if they want to get as much kills as much loot as possible. Because, yeah, there's still a lot of loots in there. Plus, the vending machine in there that you can use to get a few more weapons. And if we look in this game, there's no bans on this weapon, so they can get whatever they need.
Yeah, and let me tell you guys this, right? Is if Yigra Themis loses out in this match, then one thing is confirmed. It doesn't matter if you drop into a high-tier loot zone, if you just cannot stick together, and if you just cannot come up with a superior plan. Because a team number 1 is split up into Crash as well as the Sky platform. Crash is a high-tier loot zone with just one player just looting up that whole area. And obviously the Sky platform provides you a plethora of loot early on in the game. There's a chopper there as well, providing you mobility all around the map, no matter where you want to go. So Team 1, man, let's see exactly how they perform, right? Yigra Themis. Now, jumping over to squad number 21 here, CKG Ares, they have an opportunity to eliminate the Noob Potatoes in squad 30.
Yes, indeed. And the way Juan is moving right now, the rest of the teams are just loading up, and Juan is just going in. Speaking of going in, here comes Yuji going for the kill, and YS is being taken down slowly in here, AJ.
Oh, now let's see if or not they will be able to respond. 2 dog tags in hand already. The opportunity for them to maybe stand up against their opponents will be a little bit more possible in about 15 seconds for the team members to jump right back in, continue looting. Now they seem to be all alone in here, squad 9. The rest seem to have up and away from that spot.
Yeah, I mean, the moment, this is one thing that I'm seeing in Battle Royale, the moment that you have one member out, they go in for the exit strategy. And then once they go and probably get some momentum into getting back into the game, then they just pick up those dog tags and bring back their teammates.
Oh, use this MX9 opportunity. Throws that trap out first just to protect the airborne from coming in. Oh, the split. Yuji goes in towards the left. Eustace goes in for the rush. Hax all alone. A 2-on-1 situation. Hax gets taken down. Eustace comes back in there for the support. And 7, they still stand tall. Now Lavon solo in here. Can he get right back up? And he does shoot into the air, but it's all survival gameplay for the time being. 3 dog tags to pick up. This is absolute suicide if he goes in and he pulls off the right decision here, Neptune. He backs away from that fight. What a fight. What a takedown by the 7th Brigade Fuerza.
Yeah, 7th Brigade in there going in, and well, it was almost a time for them to clear up this match against the opposing team. Livon was in there just in time, flying out on the airborne, and like what I mentioned earlier, the airborne is back. We'll be seeing most of them in this match because it's another way of escape for the team, especially with non-snowy area using your snowboard.
Okay, now let's see exactly what Primo can pull off here. I don't expect much to come out of it. M4 LMG, yes, it does have a huge mag, but in terms of aim from afar, no scope, Primo will most definitely be just warning his opponents away. Squad 19 up in the air. You've got ASC Galaxy. On the right-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are the top 10 teams at the moment, right? Aatrox main with 31 points. NRX 420 sits in that second spot, 26 points. Nova Nemesis, as well as Most Wanted Vendico, 21 points. They share the third and fourth position. And LC316 in the fifth spot, 13 points, equaled up in Tesla Esports MP. What do you think about the standings of our top 10 so far, Neptune?
I mean, it's quite interesting. We mentioned the placement. NRX 420 was taken down in there just before the third or fourth placement, but they managed to go into the second.
Yeah, and all through kill points, man. Oh, ASC, unfortunate! Being turned into a dog tag, a 2-on-1 situation. Zeus as well as Brown stepping in there to bring the pain. The rest of the team members from Squad 15, they are up and away. Occasion Cloud 9. they are sitting on no Cloud 9 for the time being, I can assure you.
I love how team number 22 of Aatrox main went in for the push. I mean, they know there's only one person in the raid. They have to split it up and give them that pinch. And this is what I love about these team plays that we're seeing right here, especially for Aatrox main. And this, no wonder. I think this is the consistency that they are applying right now on these games. They want to go for another win or probably higher points in this next round.
And by the way, for anyone who's curious, NRX 420, they are not playing with their full squad, are they? The Big Daddy Blink, their captain, isn't in the house. The Big Daddy Bird Muska is not in here as well, is he?
Yeah, I mean, they are not in here, but I think it has been quite some time that they have played, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me right. But right now, I think that the lineup that they have has a great potential because we've seen them from other tournaments as well. And with Pabi in there taking lead on them, they're going lengths in there to go in on this for the win on this match.
Yeah, Get is one of the best investments of NRX 420 thus far. And that kid's just going to be an absolute beast in the mobile gaming scene. Safari opportunity. And Giles will be able to snowboard right out of there. But this attack by Team 22 is on Aatrox main. Just don't want to show any mercy whatsoever. Athos Jr. with the opportunity. One player right there outside of the house from him. Zeus gets away in the nick of time, but caught out. Beautiful play by Primo.
Yeah, I mean, TGK, and they're going in for those kills, knowing that Aatrox main is trying to go in for those win once again, but I don't think they'll be able to do that if they continue on and losing this gunfight. Then there you go. The snowboard will not work for Barde, but Safari right now going in between the teams. Will that be a good decision for him, AJ?
Oh, 2 dog tags in hand. Safari, now he will be able to bring his team members back in here. And to answer your question, whether or not that was a great idea, no, that was not a good idea at all. But it is what it is, man. Split-second decisions that decide exactly how the game goes. That's, one perfect example of it, nephew. Now, Team 22 still trying to stay consistent. Aatrox main have been consistent so far, but here's another team, Tesla Esports Ampere, 8 kills so far, and this time they have got their eagle eyes set onto team number 8. Nova Nemesis right there in front of them, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And we have in here, the zone will be not yet closing in. I think we just jump into the second zone. Oh, here we go back into TGK once again. And I think they're in the battle in here going against Cheng. And Cheng will be taken down. Now, another member or a few members of team number 20 is right next to them. Now, going back earlier to what we've seen, Nova Nemesis, hopefully they are prepared for the jump in there from the other teams who might be going against them. Now, most of the teams are just hanging back on the side of the zone. But here comes a new potato. I think they are going in, trying to clear up Aatrox main in here.
Okay. That'll be quite a shock if Blue Potato clears out Aatrox main, okay? So I don't expect them to be able to do that. Charles steps up from the back, Shen on the ground, and it looks like Team 20 is about to get snuffed out. Armin and Vengeance, they snowboard away, leaving behind a couple of dog tags. Let's see if or not the recovery play will come through for them in a bit. But Team 10, for the time being, they just want to stay put, man. Two good killers, Kuma.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good idea for them to stay on the side of the zone, just wait for unsuspecting teams who will be passing by and then just shoot them down. So far, they have 4 kills already at this point, and as soon as the zone closes in, hopefully they have that tactics to go in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you know, watching this match, right, Neptune, and I know you feel how I feel because, you know, you and I have been running custom rooms for like, you know, ever since Call of Duty Mobile got released, right? It just feels like whatever seasons that came before this latest season was like season 0, you know, that was like the prelude, the introduction to what Call of Duty Mobile could potentially be. And now this is the start, right? This is the start. And I think that's so apt because this is when those money prize pools are starting to get dropped in here by Garena Call of Duty Mobile as well, because they see that, you know, after all of those tests that they have put all of the players as well as, you know, thousands of them who have stepped into the Battle Royale, this is that perfect concoction finally. And look at how the game has developed, my friend. It's just so amazing to witness.
Indeed. There's a lot of changes in there, wherein most of it are really good for teams who are moving into the pro scene. Now, we're talking about Battle Royale. This is a dynamic game. You mentioned how RNG and the tactics will be different every time, every instance that you go in against a team, and this is a good place for them to do that as we have the updates and the changes being done.
Don't fight a smoke bomber, my friend. You never ever fight a smoke bomber, bro. You see that smoke pop out, you run the other way. No, one mistake. Now one about to make the exact same mistake as well. Mamba right there behind him, a 2-on-1 situation. But Mamba, unfortunately, catches him off guard. He sneaks a little bit too close to the edge of that smoke and he gets smoked right out, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, the smoke bomber is a deadly solo person that you can go into. But if you have a member who is a smoke bomber, I think that will have the potential. I don't think it's bugging up anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all this while, right? That was like the biggest pain point of the smoke bomber. You toss the smoke, you don't see anything in the smoke. You gotta run back like 300 meters before you can see what's behind the smoke. But ever since the update came through, the smoke bomber is an absolute beast. Shen now getting knocked down, and Aatrox main still looks like they want to just drive over everyone, making them into roadkill in here today. Giles, opportunity, Team 10 back in here, 2 good killers. Kuma with the 5 kills in here so far. They are playing a very dangerous game at the edge of the safe zone.
Yes, indeed. And we are here in the 3rd, and we're upcoming to the next one. It will be closing in less than a minute, and I think they're just clearing up the safe zone, just trying to gatekeep anyone. They know that a lot of teams will still be hanging back because it doesn't hurt that much. If I'm not mistaken, it's just 3 ticks or 3 HP per tick at this point, but the moment it goes in 4, 5, that will be very dangerous for them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you really don't want to flirt with the zone. It's the worst idea in the world. Because as much as, you know, gatekeeping can be tempting. Oh, Bobby, come on. This guy's unreal. Almost taken down. Gams, one more shot will be enough. Bobby trying to show off in the plunge, and he was just one shot away from being able to do so. And he still goes in for Gams. Unfortunately, Gams manages to slide away from trouble. Team Faith X, the first time we are laying our eyes on them, they have taken over the Sky platform. But Team 22, Aatrox main is dropping by to say a little bit of a hello, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, say hello to our little friends, Aatrox Main right here, going in for the push, and this is from all sides. And Fate X right now is just trapped onto the roof of the aerial platform. A little bit too late for them though, but hopefully they have enough loot to be able to get in here. But Aatrox Main is trying to put some pressure on them, AJ.
Crown just popping up, going in for a couple of shots. Cozy goes in for the chase. Now, I don't believe that's the best idea here. Safari just teasing those players. Varde, just look at him and the position that he's holding up, right? He's just waiting for the players. Now, Miki dropping in real quick. Varde! Opportunity! And Varde goes in for the knock. Now, Sakre drops right back in. The zone is going to be torturing them as well. Cozy, can he get the pickup? The rest of the team members from team number 22, Aatrox Main, the damage has already been served up onto the sky platform, and the rest is for the safe zone to deal out. Team number 10 right back in with the two good killers, Kuma. They are just juggling that safe zone as well, but as they will step out, Triple We, they are catching up with team 15 now.
Yes, indeed, and they're going in for the push right now and slowly making their move. Zeus right there trying to go in on the healer gameplay, but here comes Ibuyas with the smoke, but will be taken down. 3 members in here, but 1 is already out. Gab is the only one remaining and will be cleared out. ASC from this team has been taken down by Aatrox Main, another team who has a great opportunity for another win.
Yeah, merciless, man. Varde Triple V on the ground, but he's gonna get picked up real quick. And in the meantime, no other squad is near Aatrox Main to pressure them. No other squad is near to take advantage of this situation because Aatrox Main is hurting and they are down for the count, man. But on the other hand, just meters away from them, Team 16 is getting into a fight that is Faith X, which took the fight up onto the sky platform, unable to close it off. Newgrounds in Vinco, evicting that area from the two good killers, Kuma. But this fight is just gonna continue on here, Neptune.
Yeah, Fate X has failed in there in the platform. Hopefully they'll be able to succeed on this area of the camp, and they will be seeing Maru in there. Maru will be taking up with Sekre, and Fate X getting that first kill for this team. Now, will this go on? Will this be a momentum for Fate X, or will they be remaining at low kill on this high ground, waiting for the enemy to come in? That is the question, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Team 9 right there behind them, Vagrant Squad. So the side of Fate X better be careful. The snowboard's just approaching ever so closer. Yegra Themis now picking up the airdrop. This is game number 2 still. They were the ones who came in here with the great loot, but Yegra Theme is gonna be meeting the one and only Fate X. The ambush drops in, but Dot goes in for that slice real quick. Unfortunately for Team 16, Team 1, Yegra Theme is just a little too good, just a little too strong.
The investment that they have going in for that split camp and crash and platform is paying off. But here we go, Noob Potato being taken down. Tesla in there, yeah, going in for the finishing hit against Jello. My Rabbit is just hiding off together with the rest of the teams in here at the bottom or at the basement of this area in the estate. And Zeke right now is on the lookout, so hopefully they'll be able to defend themselves. Otherwise, they might be taken out by Newgrounds. But we have 7 Brigade also in here, and Zeke will be in there taking down Hacks. And surprise heat patience thus is truly a virtue, AJ.
Yeah, Hacks just forgot to turn on his wall hack, just jumped right in front of Zeke, got eliminated a little too quickly there, man. Tesla comes here together with Jay on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor sees Gams together with Mamba. Mamba unfortunately snuffed out by Gams, who was in the right time, right place, right time. Now a 2-on-1 situation, Gams runs away, Team 9 going in for the chase. Goofy catches Gams off guard, but this house alone, housing 3 different squads, it's gonna be a party in here, Neptune.
I don't know if this sound is being sold right now. It's open house season in here, and a lot of teams are just looking around, but we'll have to find out. We have Newgrounds in there just on the side trying to put some pressure and make them jump off, but I don't think anyone will be letting off, but in 5 seconds they will. And there you go, we have Tesla right now still going in for the kill, and Goofy will be taken down.
Yeah, Bobby looks like he has gotten eliminated off screen already as we catch up with Jet. Jet gets eliminated, comes to the one and only final member left, 50 HP, but he jumps right in front of a couple of other players. I don't know if he's eliminated already or not, but the Saint Zone will just be throwing this whole thing into chaos. Team number one, Yggdrasil Themis, who dropped in to the Sky platform, who dropped in to crash the high tier loot zone, and we said they better make it to the final zone. They are in the final zone, full squad. Dot gets knocked down, but unfortunate. And Newt, are we going to be able to see him get picked right back up? The answer is no. Team number 18 right there in front of them. Swat. Icarus now trying to swat the players from Yggdrasil Themis out of this equation, but it is the vantage point that Yggdrasil Themis holds on to that allows them to take this fight up well. And Newgrounds Evinco about to get evicted, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And here goes Captain going for the push and chase right now. Oh, simultaneous kill in there. And we have Yggdrasil Themis in there proving us right that they made a great decision on the first instance of the game, AJ.
You know, so many of these squads are so afraid to drop into the high tier loot zones. So many of these squads are so afraid to drop into the Sky platform. Yggdrasil Themis showing that high risk definitely comes along with high reward. You just got to throw in an equal amount of skill in there, and look what they've pulled off, man. I mean, Crash was a high tier loot zone. Only one of those players was looting up that whole area. Like I said, chopper in hand, mobility was there, and you know, halfway through, this is the main point here, right, Neptune? Halfway through, we saw Aatrox's main as well as Fate X fighting up onto the Sky platform. They could have just stayed on the Sky platform. Yggdrasil Themis could have stayed on the Sky platform and camped out there like a bunch of chickens throughout the whole match because the zone was coming up there anyway. But they didn't do that. And that's one of the main reasons for their victory. They kept moving. They had everything in their arsenal to take those fights. They were not afraid. But the theorizing as to how the strategy towards that final zone was just absolutely perfect from the start to end.
Definitely. I mean, we challenged them. I mean, you challenged them to take the win at this point because they are going in for the high tier loot. And it proves right. If you it's like getting into farm or probably an airdrop early on.
Yeah.
And that is what they did. And Yggdrasil Themis did that. And they were able to go in, equip themselves, plus the skills. They got the win.
Yeah. And on top of that, they didn't drop into the snowy area. We didn't see them go for that snowboard meta at all, which is one of the things that excites me about Yggdrasil Themis, right? Because a lot of the teams, a lot of the players are dropping in for what has been proven to bring the wins in, but not many of them are focusing on what's going to bring in those wins in this season. Yes, the snowboard was an absolute terminator of a item to keep in your bag, in the past seasons. But now, man, it's not saying that it's absolutely useless, but it's just nowhere near as effective as it used to be. And it's catching quite a number of these players off guard, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, previously, from the Plunge, we will see around 15 to 12 teams, up to the lowest, I think, is 10 on the final circles, just snowboarding around. And this time, we just saw, I think, 4 or 5 in there on the final circle before it ended. So that is how the nerf changed the game to the better, because it is focusing more on the skills that you have compared to the way you get out of the battle.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I don't know when this update was made. I haven't run my own scrims tournaments in a while, so I haven't been playing on my emulator that much. But nowadays, when there's a dog tag on the ground, it shows you which team this dog tag is from, and it just makes shoutcasting so much more easier. Neptune, I mean, in the past, it was just a freaking guessing game, man. So I absolutely am loving all of the visual updates that has come into the game, especially as to how the map just looks, the outline of the buildings on the mini map as you are in the game within Battle Royale itself. The changes, helps you improve your gameplay that much more. And to all of those who are just so used to the previous layouts, also used to the previous version of the game, It just seems like catching up seems to be a problem. NRX 420, man, what's happening there?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if the 2 weeks that they have from the update plus the practice that they've been doing, I think they might have, I'm not quite sure. We'll have to find out truly because they are not going in for the early push. They are just hanging back, going in for the snipes. We've seen Pabi in there going in for the sniper kill. So that means they are keeping distance from the rest of the team. Now, going into the leaderboard from match number 1, they are doing great, but hopefully we'll be able to see a winner from NRX 420 because I know there's a lot of fans in here watching that, but I think since we're only in the semifinals and you only need to go in top 12 in here, they will not show it that quickly, AJ.
Yeah, but I don't want NRX 420 to win, man. I've seen NRX 420 win one too many times. But I think it's going to build up quite the story, right? Because we mentioned a couple of names, and those names have not shown themselves in for the lineup of NRX 420 just yet. And the question is whether or not the performance of the squad will change drastically when these old names do show their faces in these lobbies, because we know of the gameplay to be just so different. But like you've already pointed out, the current lineup of NRX 420 is a beast on its own as well, right? I mean, if you just take on Cape as well as Get alone, they are able to do a lot. But under the guidance of Pabi, you know, I'm expecting so much more. But thus far, they have not delivered, nephew.
I mean, they haven't delivered to the point that they are taking the number 1, which is, well, for me,
haven't delivered.
It's not quite a surprise.
Style. Yeah.
They want to build that story as well. The more, the same as what we want to see the story unfold up into the finals, they want to build that story as well. And then the momentum that they're not taking the win, and probably by the end of the finals, that they might be able to get the championship. That is just an assumption, but we'll have to find out further. And that is why I love to see these gameplays, because it builds that much of story into different teams. So far, we have 2 teams already getting the winner from the first 2 matches, and there will be more. And I won't be surprised if there will be other teams joining in the ranks for the winner list, because the way I'm seeing the teams right now, they're giving out their best.
Absolutely, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so much of action in here so far, but that's just 2 out of 8 crazy games that we've got lined up in here today. So a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 3.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
And welcome back to the Plunge Philippines Battle Royale Tournament. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ. We just witnessed two matches already, and so far, different teams have shown that they have what it takes to be able to take in the finals or go into the finals. But I think AJ, there's a lot more that the teams has to show us. So, do you have a pick on who will be the next winner, or has a possibility of taking higher on the next match?
Aatrox's main man. I think they have been consistent through the both matches that we have witnessed. And Aatrox team is had that one opportunity to rise up to the top based on where they got the initial drops, and they took it. And I don't think that was just mainly luck, because they pulled it off the exact way we called it at the start of the game, right? So and I think these two names definitely have high potential to show up once again in that final zone. We most definitely do see NRX 420 jumping into that final zone as well a couple of times now, but not able to pick that top spot up. It could just be between these three right after this.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some familiar names in there on the list that we have right now that we want to see pop off. Because so far from the previous tournaments, they are on a roll. When they start going in for the kill, they are on a roll. But right now, they're not being shown that much, not just on the feed, on the live feed, but on the kill feed as well. So hopefully they'll be able to come back and get those momentum going.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, as for you, is there any squad that has stolen your eye at the moment? Are you keeping your attention on them for any reason? Two good killers, for example, they were quite crazy. Tesla, Esports, Ampere, they were up and down. Anyone that has got your attention, gentlemen?
Well, we have two good killers in there who are you going back. We mentioned about this season being bringing back memories or bringing back tactics, and two good killers are bringing it back, staying on the edge of the zone, just waiting for it to move as well as for the enemies to come in. So two good killers are in there. There are teams in here like SWAT and Most Wanted that are. I'm familiar with the gameplay, which I'm not seeing right now. So I want to see both of them at this point.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree with you. I thought we would be seeing a little bit more from SWAT. That's the main reason why I mentioned Tesla Esports MP as well. They have shown us so much of promise in the previous competitions, and this time around, just not showing up. Granted, there are just four of these lobbies that they can jump in and attempt to show their best. Even NRX 420 was quite a missing in game number one. So what more with the others, right? Once again, 25 squads dropping into one lobby is something that we don't really see every day, Neptune. A lot of heads, a lot of teams in there, which will start those fights early on as well, which just makes the initial drop zone so much more important when it comes to picking. And I think that's one of the main reasons why Yggdra actually got that victory earlier as well, because of how the other teams just avoid these high tier loot zones like the plague.
Yes, indeed. And here we go. We have the leaderboards right now. This is the second half of the leaderboards as being shown. And as we can see, let's start off the bottom. So, Sinagdanta on ASC Galaxy right now, not taking any points at this point, and Sinag Danton, surprisingly, they got the one win from the qualifiers, so hopefully they'll be able to come back up. We have a Star VIP in there with 1 point together with Armament Vengeance, and we have Arcanium Ignis Night Owls together with Latus Animo Esports with 3 points. We have Asian Cloud9 with 4 points. The Collectors Black Fire. Now, this is another team that I want to look into because the Collectors was able to get 2 wins from the qualifiers, and they got an average kill of 9, so hopefully they'll be able to get that back. Now we have Cool Kids Gaming, Antares with 5, 7 Brigade Fuerza, and Fate X in here going in for 9 CB, 1v1 going for 12, and LC316 with 13 points.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Fate X sitting down in the 15th spot there, right? Because I think they deserve a little bit more, but mainly it's because of the very, very defensive stature or the defensive mindset they are going into these matches with. So hopefully we see a little bit more aggression later on. Let's take a quick look at the main page here. Vagrant Squad sitting down in the 12th spot, CKG Aries in the 11th spot, SWAT Icarus, one of the highlighted teams in here that we are looking for, a little bit more aggression out of, sitting down in the 10th position. Two good killers, Kuma in the 9th spot with a total of 14 kills. I think that's definitely one that's worth highlighting. One of the most in terms of those who are sitting down towards the bottom of the ground here. New Ground Sabenko sitting down in the 8th position with a total of 25 points. New Potato, surprisingly, in that 26th spot. I have not seen a New Potato in action much, which is why I was quite surprised to see 18 kills on that board. Not a noob, not a potato for sure there, Neptune. Most wanted Vindico here in the 6th spot. Yingdra Themis managing to pick up that 5th position after the victory in game number 2. So high probability of them to continue rising up to the top, right? Tesla Esports Ampere, the team that I saw did not, not stepping up that much. Look at the sheer difference in terms of placement points as well as kill points here. This is why I say, right, Tesla, and I wasn't saying it because of the ability to take the skills. It's what they have proven in the past. Noma Nemesis, NRX 420, as well as Aatrox Main, of course, sitting down at the top 3 positions. Today, it's not about who takes the top 5, top 3, who takes the number 1 spot. Today is all about how many of them or which are these squads that make it into the top 12 to get into the finals. When at that point, then it gets a little bit more serious. Then it really, really, truly matters. So with that being said, and I think it's very important to mention as to why we will not be expecting to see all-out annihilation style gameplay from the big dogs here, ladies and gentlemen. There's just no need to go that far. No need to go all out.
Definitely, and despite we mentioned NRX 420 not really popping off on the winner circle, but they are getting in on a 2nd place. So this is why what we're talking about. You might not be able to go in and take the win, but if you get that much kill, you'll be able to land that 12 spots in there and jump into the finals. Now, those are the bottom half of the previous scene that we've seen earlier, which is a little bit redundant on the wordplay. This previous scene in the scene. But anyways, hopefully they'll be able to bring it up because they only have 2 matches remaining in here to be able to maintain those leads, those points. And if they don't, they might be kicked off in there from those at the bottom part of the list.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So let's see exactly how far they push it. Once again, making it into the top 12 isn't going to be a huge problem for a lot of these brands, right? You get 1 win or 2 games where you're in the top 5, high probability of you making it into the top 12, even if you don't perform to your best level in the 2 remaining games. The teams that we have got our eyes on for sure are the teams that are sitting down on the second half of the board, the list that you ran through, right? For teams like who was it earlier, Faith X, they definitely need to hustle up in the next match.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is their chance. This is their chance. The remaining 2 matches in here, they need to make it count. Otherwise, they will be kicked off in the tournament. But there's still a good experience for them, a good opportunity for them to learn more from this game. Because going against top teams in here and the gruesome qualifiers that they went into, that's a great experience. And I don't think the next season of the Plunge will be too long from now. It will be coming up soon, so hopefully everyone is prepared.
Yeah, man, Sanitarium is just going to be absolutely lit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 3 squads jumping in there. Squad number 9, you've got squad 19, along with, what is that, 23 in there? So we've got LC316, we've got ASC Galaxy together with the Vagrant squad. Yeah, that's not going to be exciting for any one of those 3 squads. Already 1 dog tag out there on the field. Players are getting dropped so early on, and most of it happening here at the Sanitarium. Eclogy here, AK-117 in his hands. He will have the opportunity to strike back, but unfortunately gets taken down by Aatrox crowd from so far away. Team 22, Aatrox main, has stepped into the Sanitarium, and they are here to take over.
It is insane in Sanitarium right now, and Aatrox main dominating this area. 3 teams just landed in there, and I think we've seen another team in there. I think it's a new Potatoes from team number 13, or just probably a few in there, a few teams, but Aatrox main just looting up in there, killing all those. I know you heard so much with those teddy bears, AJ, but hopefully you won't take it against Aatrox main in there. But Aatrox main is just getting in the loots that they need.
Yeah, man. Teddy bear protected, the one and only Slasher. Yuriko, opportunity. Hughie is doing quite well, avoiding a couple of his shots. And lucky for Hughie, nobody's behind him to take these shots.
Yeah.
I think this is a well-played match by Hughie right now. He's just teasing Yuriko.
I mean, just blocking Yuriko in here. The rest of the teams are just waiting as well on the other side. The chopper in here, and they will be going in for the jump. Hopefully, they won't be crashing the chopper in there as they go in for the jump, or probably just a getaway from the side of Lados. But Yuriko right here, being too bold, trying to take down this chopper, and that will be an instant 3 down if he or she does. But Yuriko right now will be backing up, going in for the truck just to protect himself out of this fight, but no, still rushing AJ.
Oh, Yuriko, this better not be a bad idea. Yuriko knows exactly where Icy is. Icy has been spotted out. Yuriko goes in for the jump. Beautiful knock. Yuriko, absolutely relentless, will be able to loot up as well. Now, the rest of the players from the squad 23 will have to make a comeback play in here. Latest Animo Esports. With the opportunity earlier on to shut down Yuriko. They didn't take it. They wanted to run, and they just got caught.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure how much information they have that Yuriko was just solo in there, but seeing how one member is just blocking them off and no one is going in for the rush. Speaking of rush, here comes the rush against TGK, and there goes the kill. We have Kai right now trying to take down Charles, but there goes the push by Shibuya. Shibuya's in there going in from the side, but there go Fireus in there, was able to go in for the kill, but Shibuya is in here trying to go in on a dance against this member of TGK. And Atos JR will be taken down, and here we go. TGK right now, we just mentioned that they are in here hanging back onto the side of the zone. I think they just dropped in the middle of this area where an ASC is, and judging from the placement of ASC, they need to get those kills and points, AJ.
Yeah, Simuya, man, just getting it done. He's got 1 dog tag in his hands as well. Now, Sinak on the other side, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. Sinak downtown version 1. 2 dog tags they need to go in here and pick up. Unfortunately, ASC Galaxy making it a little bit more difficult for them. Dipsy, MX9 in hand, will have the opportunity to go in and say hello to Cosmo. A couple of shots. Cosmo does not get the takedown, and he needs to back away. 6 more HP. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and Creed gets the takedown with that AGR.
The exchange of traps in there was just amazing, but I think one was hit and then was able to release the meds. The good thing there's backup in there, and that is what you need. A backup plan against your backup plan, and that works for them. And we have in here New Potatoes. I think this is your chance, AJ, to see New Potatoes in action, but there's only Rabbit in here, so hopefully the rest of the teams will be able to come on this playing field as well. As New Potatoes right now needs to be visual at this point. We want to see how much they have for this game and how they are going in for the rankings.
Now let's see exactly what LC316 is up to here. Kaizen as well as Zeke from Team 13, Noob Dato, gonna get stuck. It's a 2-on-1 situation. LC316 opportunity, and they go in for the shot. Minari takes Kaizen down onto the ground, and they don't get the delete just yet. Zeke providing all of the support from the back, and Rabbit will be able to go in for the delete as all of this chaos is ensuing. And Noob Potato, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, unfortunate for LC316. They will dominate. Jello with the opportunity now to get picked up by Rabbit. And the backstab will come through. Unfortunate. Absolutely unfortunate, Neptune.
Yeah, I was about to commend. Oh, there you go. I was about to commend them as how we like to see them. The good positioning at that point with a backup. But there you go. They have been eliminated, and LC316 is in here going in for those points. They really want to get their name on the leaderboards together with the rest of the teams going into the finals. But New Potato in there, I just want to tell them that they did a good positioning in there, but not good enough to be able to survive.
Yeah, but I don't think they have gotten eliminated just yet. So maybe the dream might still be alive for them, right? Nova Siege right here in front of us. AK-47 in hand. Jose steps right in front of his crosshairs. Unfortunately, not enough bullets to go in here for the spam. Squad 18. Jose still going in on the snowboard. Left to right. Manages to pick a vehicle up for himself. Pepito right in front. And Siege still does not get the takedown and now needs to deal with the vehicle as well right there in front of him. 2-on-1 situation. Siege needs to be careful, but will be able to pull the cluster grenade out. Hawk will drop in right behind him as well. But here's the thing though, team number 8, they do not have the gap, right? They don't have the opportunity or the vertical advantage to take this fight up against team 18, and yet they still go in for the push. I don't understand this.
That's pure boldness at that point, because I think they're confident enough that they will be able to survive this fight. And yeah, I think SWAT was able to sense that as well, thus backing off from this battle. And Nova is in here from team number 8. Nova Nemesis is still alive and back into the kill house, going into the loots. And I guess there's a few members in here taken down already, and team number 5 will be jumping in here on the kill house as well. Hopefully the rest of the teams are prepared to go against Nova Nemesis. If you look at the lower side of the screen, and here we go, we have in here a battle against Most Wanted and CP1. I'd like to see how this story unfolds, AJ.
Bomb! Don't mess with the smoke bomber, yo. Mashu stepping up real close. Unfortunately, the Echo deletes him way too easy. And now the Trap Master onto the other roof. Let's see exactly how Ali handles this situation. He needs to go in here and pop yet another one. The dog tag on the ground for Story to pick up. And now he has got a guest in the house below him as well. Let's see exactly how will this Trap Master be able to survive this fight. Ali steps out. Story could have taken him out if he was a little bit more patient. Ali from the backstab, 21 HP, and Ali still does not get the shutdown, and he misses it. The snowboard gets him away, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the snowboard is still effective. Story is still alive, but is being gunned down by the smoke bomber. And I love the combination of the smoke bomber plus the hacker class in there. Oh, on the other side, we have Pokies in there from Most Wanted being taken down. No Story right now, still trying to get away. Snowboard, not that fast, but still does the job, and Story is out of the picture. Now, we have in here Hawk right here going in, but there goes Story for the backstab, and Charv will be taken down. Question is, will their teammates be able to bring them back with his dog tags, or will Nova be able to clear them out?
Yeah, players like Story, they are the proof that, no matter how much a item within the game gets nerfed, it's still going to be useful to a certain degree, right? I mean, he should have not been able to get away from that situation, but he did, man. He did, and he depended on the right utilization of the equipment that he had on hand, and the snowboard just happened to be the best option available, and he survived. He got out of there untouched.
I think there's a quick fix for that. If you want to escape on a snowboard, having a runner mod in there on your gun and then jumping on the snowboard will give you a little bit of speed, especially on the getaway. And I think that's what Story did, because he was moving up on that hill, if you saw that, and he was able to get away.
Yeah. And this is Safari going in for Lovin right now. It's going to be Crown as well. And one thing that separates the two of them is going to be this hill, Crown. And he knows two players are right there in front of him. It's going to be the numbers game, and Crown will pull away from that encounter. Team 22, Aatrox Spain, this is one of those situations that shows exactly why are they so dominant. Making those decisions to back away from a fight, not easy at all for such a supreme team to make, because ego steps in the way sometimes, Neptune. It didn't step in their way.
Yes, indeed. And we have in here Pabi on the sniper. We will see Pabi on action right now. And we have Ainsley being shot at, but only a few hits in there from the side of Pabi. Now, the teams are already taking the high ground in here from NRX 420. Hopefully, they'll be able to get as much kill as possible. And still in the sight of Pabi right now, it is the Collectors right now. After that engagement against team number 22, will still be stuck in there.
Oh, come on, Carbs. What a shot. Goes in for the spam. Opportunity strikes and his team member helps him go in for the knock. Beautiful play so far. Team 12 keeping on to the edge of the safe zone. Tesla Esports Empire, the squad that has been able to get the kills, but just not the placement points. Let's see if or not they will be able to survive a little bit longer this time round. Team number 18, SWAT Icarus standing in front of them, are potentially going to be turned into a couple of kill points here, nephew.
Yes, indeed. And we have Tesla Esports. If I'm not mistaken, that's only one kill, but they are managing to get in a lot more. They're staying on this high ground. And there you go. We have Zken in there taking down Pedro from inside the SWAT Icarus. And this is what a high ground and a good sniper can do. Despite of the distance that you have against another team, you'll be able to take those kills. And 2 kills already from the side of Tesla.
Let's see what this Team 18 do here. SWAT Icarus, opportunity to go in and the dog tag up will most definitely be there. But under the watchful eyes of Zken, that's of course going to be so difficult. Bunso as well as Alpha, a 2-man team going up to catch Dree off of the top of the launch base here. Let's see if or not they will be able to get up this platform and you know, succeed in exactly what they want to try, because Dree's going to be able to just hop off and fly away there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good position for Dree right now. The moment he knows that he's in a disadvantage, all you have to do is jump. Now, the question is, will you be jumping away from the enemy or probably towards another one? Because team number 24 is also in there. So this is a problem when we go in onto a smaller circle with a lot of teams still alive, because you don't know what your exit, or you know the strategy of your exit right now, but you don't know if that will be effective. So it depends on your response when you get in there. And Bunso right now is in there trying to get a few distance, trying to take a look as where Dree is.
Yeah, Dree was smart, right? As the players kind of made their way up the platform, he threw a smoke bomb, and not only did that buy him time, that showed that his opponents are going to be quite silly if they continue moving up. And thankfully, they backed away, and the time has been purchased more than good enough. Riley, unfortunately, taken down by APX or Aatrox main, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One quick shot with the tank was more than enough to get that knock, but no delete just yet. Ground needs to back away, and he does exactly that. NRX 420 can get wiped out here, but the FHJs are finally getting popped out.
Yeah, I think Crown in here, well, having taken down Cape in there, knows that it's already NRX 420 on their sides. Now, they have the low ground in there, and it's their decision. This is what we're talking about. Aatrox main has great decisions on engagement. They know when to back off when necessary, and knowing that they triggered NRX in there, taking down Cape on that tank, they will be backing off despite of the firepower that they have, because they don't have the good position. And speaking of position, we have NRX 420 right now getting a better position as the zone closes in, and we have Star in here. Oh, on the high ground plus a tank. This is a deadly combination, AJ.
It's a deadly combination, and the one very easy way to get around this is just go down, right? Because the tank can look up and down to a certain degree. So as long as you're not on eye level, I can call it that, you should be safe. Team 15 on your screen here, Asian Cloud9. Trying to survive and at the same time eliminate Buwawi here. The Collector's Blackfire opportunity there goes in, but unfortunate for him. Buwawi, thinking he can survive a little longer, gets snuffed out a little too easy. Kape goes in for Buyoti, and what a push there, managing to detonate the vehicle just with the AK-47 in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, AK-47 in there, taking down that vehicle. It's hard feat.
Bobby, opportunity with the Arctic 50, will not miss any one of those as he goes in for all of the pressure. Now, the players will know that getting Bobby out of the equation is going to be crucial if they want to survive any more longer. So all of those other snipers will be looking for him out there on the field, not just because of what he's doing in this game, because of what he has done in those previous games as well, nephew. Bobby as a sniper is just too much of trouble to deal with. Now let's see if or not we will be able to see Bobby go in here for the takedown. Neptune is disconnected at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but don't worry, he is currently trying to get himself reconnected. You will be able to catch up on all of the action just with the pistachio in the meantime. NRX 420 on the top of this roof, still trying their best to stay alive. They haven't been able to get the win in game number 1 or 2, but at the same time, although they haven't managed to pick the win up, they are still sitting down in that top spot, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. And here we go. We have in here NRX 420 already making their way. 5 kills already on their name and getting good positions after good position. Now they are on their way into the middle of the zone. Hopefully they will not be backstabbed, but the high ground that they are taking right now, plus a few members in there from team number 1, Igdra, Temis, will be sighted and will be shot down. And Gen right now is in here making some damage against Dot, AJ.
Yeah, Cool Kids Gaming, they are on absolute fire in the competition. Thus far alone, they've picked up 8 kills for themselves. NRX 420 just trying to play catch-up with CKG, right? Trying to see if or not they can match up on those skill points and at the same time pick up quite a bit of placement points as well, which will most definitely put them up onto the number 1 spot if they're able to take down Atrix main. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that will most definitely happen. It is NRX 420. They've got their eyes set onto the leaderboard, the leaders so far, and they want meat. They mean business here, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is where they will be popping up. They managed to go in second place despite of not taking any wins really from the first 2 matches, but they are still on fire right now, taking those kills and hopefully make it up onto the winner. But I don't think they need that. As we mentioned earlier, as long as you're on the top 12, you'll be able to go into the finals, and you don't want to show us much new tactics that you have. But there you go, Kape in their Purifier gameplay. NRX 420 still a full squad, AJ.
Yeah, I knew it, man. The moment they find Aatrox main, there's no way in hell these boys won't go in for the wipe. And they're just doing it for one reason. Why you take out Aatrox, that number 1 spot is guaranteed for the kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. Now, Zeus right there in front of him. Bobby! Opportunity! But Counts from Tesla steps in and steals that kill away. Bobby's not messed at all, man. He's happy that Zeus went out of the lobby.
Yeah, but there you go. We have Bobby in there being taken down, and we have 3 remaining members from side of NRX 420. The question is, will they be able to survive these 4 teams remaining on this fight? And I think it's only Tesla Esports who are going against them on the numbers game. But Cafe has been taken down as well by Zekin and Arctic, and I think Bobby out. It will be the rest of the other teams going in for the sniper kill against them.
Not, we will be able to see Tesla Esports MPA, one of the teams that we called out earlier on. Are they going to be able to pick those win up? Gad manages to back away, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. Gad's going to get fried out. Raygun is still in here. Gad gets away. Gad gets away, and he's still alive. How is this Wonder Kid still alive? Jab right there behind him. Gad, it's a 2-on-1 situation. 3-on-1 right now, but Jab makes sure this time round it's all over. Tesla Esports MP is still standing strong, and Team 17 right there in front of them. CBI version 1 eliminated, and Tesla Esports Ampere stake that number 1 spot.
OMG. I love how these teams are responding when they are called out. You called out Tesla Esports, and this time they got the win. And this is what I love about these teams. I'm not quite sure if they're hearing us or they're sensing. They are sensing the energy that we want you to prove us wrong at this point. We want you to show us what you have, and they are showing it right now. Tesla Esports, a new name on the leaderboards on match number 3.
Yeah, and it was just a matter of time. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just lucky and lucky being given the opportunity to see Tesla Esports MP in action so many times in the past, to be able to call out that, dude, what's going on with this squad, right? Why haven't they stepped up yet? Because based on what we've seen in the past, they more then surely can pick that win up for themselves. They just haven't been stepping up. And, that's why I was pleasantly surprised to see that they were doing so well in terms of their kill points, but they were suffering with placement. And what a way to fix that predicament. They picked that win up, and on top of that, they slayed everyone that stepped in front of them in that lobby, Neptune.
Yeah, I think it's a way for them to show their presence. I mean, to get their presence across the teams. I mean, yeah, we can get the kill points, but we can get the win as well. So don't mess with us.
Yeah, absolutely right, man. And we talk about consistency. In the Philippines, most especially, consistency is just difficult to come by. And it's not because the Filipinos are not good at the game, it's because so many, the number of talent available in this country is just overflowing, especially when it comes to the gaming scene, especially when it comes to the mobile gaming scene. And it's just difficult. It's difficult to be that one constant team who's up on top. The moment you are not at the top of your game, someone else just takes your place immediately, nephew.
And that is why I love this game because I mean, with practice, I know these teams are already practicing against with each other and against different teams as well, and they're applying it and they're showing it right now in major tournaments just like this. So this is what I love about Call of Duty Mobile because there's a lot of opportunity, despite of whether in a popular brand or not, you still have a chance to go in and make a name for yourself.
Yeah, a total of 16 kills Tesla Esports MPA completed this game on. And that's just nothing short of monstrous. But I want to bring up another key, point to all of you guys here today. It's that 5 out of 25 squads literally wiped this lobby clean, right? And I'll tell you why. 16 kills picked up by Tesla Esports MPA. Team 17 that picked up that second spot, CBI version 1, they had 13 kills. Team number 6 who picked up that third spot, NRX Esports 420, they had, sorry, NRX, Philippines 420, they had a total of 13 kills as well. Just these top 3 teams, they did such a good job wiping that lobby out clean, right? But that's this one squad, Team 22, man, Aatrox main, they exited in the 8th position, but they picked up 12 kills for themselves, right? Aatrox, even though they are not able to go in there to that final zone, pick up that placement points for themselves, they're still blazing it up with those kills, Neptune. And this is an absolute mind blower, okay? 13th position. Okay, in the 13th position, Team 24, LC316, 10 kills, right? So it's something that we talked about, Neptune. The teams that just cannot go in there and grab those placement points, at the very least, need to fight for those kill points. And that's exactly what teams like LC316 are still doing. And if they keep it up, that top 12 to go into the finals is going to be a piece of cake.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that is probably the reason why they're not going in for the win at that point because they had a lot of kills. They go in for the engagement when they need to. And when you go in for the final circle that we're looking at right now, 6th circle, there's just no space for you to be able to like turn around and get those kills because you need to be tactical at that point. But the aggressiveness from those teams with those much kills on a lower placement, wow, they did so great despite of the placement that they have, and hopefully they'll be able to catch up onto the winner and get those placement points as well.
Yeah, man. Just 5 squads in here, literally eliminating more than half of the lobby, and that just shows the quality of the Philippines. That just shows the quality of the Filipinos. Tesla Esports Empire, 2 rounds waiting. The third round they finally pick it up. A truly well-deserved victory, I have to say, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla Esports did a great job in there, and they just had a chance to show it on the final circle, on that final spot when they went against other teams who were left in there. I think it was 3 teams in there on the 6th circle that they went against, and they were able to survive, if I'm not mistaken, with 3 members alive.
Yeah, and it's not just about luck. It is not just about dealing with whatever the gods of RNG throw towards you. It's about being able to play your strategy from the start all the way to the end. And one of the greatest pain points is plotting your path as you move from
Yeah.
the point you choose to enter the game all the way into that final zone, because you don't know where that's going to take you. And to plot your from point A to point B, exactly how you're going to get or maneuver your team from one end to the other, really decides on whether or not you survive or you get snuffed out in this game. And NRX 420, they've been a squad that has been able to do that really well in the 3 games so far, which proves exactly why they have been surviving. But they are not as strong as they used to be. They're not as dominant as they used to be. They stand an equal chance of killing or being killed in this lobby, which just is so exciting to watch, Nephew.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I want to be the devil's advocate in here that wants to tell that they're just holding off. They're just holding off any tactics that they have because they don't have any reasons to show them just yet. But hopefully, we'll be seeing them on the final match on this game, on the semifinals, because we want to see them pop off. We would like to see great performance from them. But before we go that, AJ, I think our break is ready. So for those of you who aren't here, hopefully you could stay with us. I am Neptune, the gentleman. Together with me is the amazing AJ Mustachio, and we will be right back after the break.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Plunge Battle Royale Philippines. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, bringing you all of the hottest action in here so far. And teams have been stepping it up, Neptune, one after the other. And you are getting exactly what you asked for, my friend. You didn't want to see just one team dominate the semis in, the group one. And that's exactly what you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, this is their chance to show their names in there because they want to be a force to reckon with when they go into the finals. They want to prove that, we are a team that you have to look out for. But speaking of teams that you have to look out for, CKG Ares in there went in from the qualifiers with 2 wins after on their matches. I'm not seeing them at this point, so hopefully they'll be the next one. I'm just calling them out because it worked with you, AJ, calling out a team. So hopefully they'll be coming in here and taking a win and probably a part of the top 12 on this semifinals.
Yeah, them getting the top 12, high probability that happening because they have been able to ensure they pick those skills up even if the placement points is not guaranteed for themselves. And that's a really, really good way to play with your luck, right? By not depending on it at all. Just depend on exactly what you can pull off in those lobbies game after game after game. NRX 420, the Kings have not been able to pick a win just up just yet. And you may most definitely have a spot on theory there that they are holding back because there's just absolutely no need to go all out here in the semis, right? They want to get the top 12. And I think for a squad as good as they are, even with their eyes closed, even by fronting one player, they should be able to get into the top 12. And that's no disrespect to any of the other squads because that's just the quality of, that the brand has already built for itself so far. Those players are streaming day in, day out, 24/7. And all of that streaming only means they are getting those hours, invested into the games, right? And it is just absolutely second nature. Their fingers move without thinking at all. And that's the main reason why they've been able to pick up so many wins in the past. And yet, those consistent wins are no longer available because of how much the other squads have stepped it up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of one point that you mentioned. Was it 10 hours that you are 10,000 hours that you'll be doing to be able to get that habit? And I think that's what NRX and NRX 420 and the rest of the teams are doing in here. They spend those much time playing and practicing, and they are not just getting the hang of it and they're very proficient in this game, finding out where to go, how to get out, and when to get in when needed. And that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, what you were mentioning earlier, Neptune, absolutely right. I've said it before. It's something that I've learned in the past, which I think is very useful. You wanna become an absolute pro at something. You invest 10,000 hours into it. There's no way you can go wrong, right? Invest 10,000 hours into practicing just that one thing. And there's no doubt at all that a majority of these squads do that. You sit down and you stream, you take 10,000 hours, you divide it by 365 days. That's what, an average of 3+ hours a day. I'm very sure a lot of these guys play games for more than 4 hours within a day, right? So, the grind is already in there, right? But we also have to look at another aspect, which is teamwork. And how many of these squads do we see splitting up and trying to take some of these battles quite carelessly at times? And how many of these squads, especially when we've seen Aatrox main take some of their fights, they stick together, man. They've got each other's backs at all times. If NRX 420 had stuck together that close as well in the previous match, I don't think they would have gotten eliminated that easy.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a matter of teamwork, as what you mentioned. Even if you're going against one member, if you go in as a team, that's an absolute win in there. And that is how coordination works, chemistry within the team work. But we'll have to find out if that works, because most of the players in here, and I've challenged myself to do that as well, is to go solo versus squad. And hopefully that's not carrying over on this tournament, because this is not the time for solo versus squad. This is the time for teamwork, wherein all 4 of you are going in for those fights and taking those wins on engagement, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you just throw in the like something that I mentioned earlier on as well. The best way to improve in Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale is by finding a million ways to die. And it looks like that's exactly what these players are doing, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Those 3 dog tags dropped so early on. And it looks like Squad 11, the Collectors Blackfire, are having an absolute jolly of a time, eliminating players from Team 21 as well as 14 right in front of them. Team 14, they do not look like they've pulled out the better end of this stick. 7th Brigade Fuerza only have one final member left.
And the Collectors is also one team that I'm looking out from the start, because from the qualifiers, they are also one of the team who got 2 wins on the qualifiers. So the Collectors has what it takes. Hopefully they'll be able to show it to us right now. 7th Brigade, unfortunately for them, there will be a gate cap in here, and one of their members, if I'm not taken out just yet, will be in there just hanging back and waiting for the chance to go for those dog tags.
If or not, Raygun will be able to finish this off. I believe the final player from Team 14 is already zoomed away quite far. Let's see if or not we will be able to find him on our screen anywhere. He's just in the vicinity, but we will be jumping over to Sinag Downtown V1 on the other hand, who will have the chance to come across Team 10, 2 good killers Kuma. Lucky for them, 2 good killers have backed out of this situation. They don't want to play with heat, and they grab the chopper to back away. Camps now getting attacked from both sides. Raygun, and there you go. An elimination so early on. The 7th Brigade Fuerza make their way out, Neptune.
That's what I'm talking about. Despite of going against a whole squad or just a single player, the Collectors right now just went in there. All of them just went in there for the kill. And right now on the right-hand side of the screen, we are seeing the leaderboards out of 3 rounds already. And RX 420 taking the lead from Aatrox Main in there with 64 points. And Aatrox Main down on second with 61. Tesla Esports in there for 60 points. And if you look at the gap, AJ, there's a 20-point gap in there from team number 4 of Nova Nemesis going down. So that's a little too hard to catch up on, but hopefully the rest of the teams will be able to go in, probably take the top 12 spot in here for those who are not being shown right now, AJ.
I'm impressed with NRX 420, but I'm even more impressed with what Tesla Esports MPA has done. I mean, NRX 420, although they've not been performing super well, they've always been in that final zone. Tesla Esports MPA, on the other hand, not the similar situation that they stepped up only in one game. That was the previous one. And just with that one match, they've put themselves in that 3rd spot. And I don't think that number 1 spot is too far away at all. And this, like what we expect as well, Aatrox Main, they are going on a rampage. This time to wipe out AFC Galaxy. There's one more player left in here. Gosmo, as he gets shot, will be able to get away. 32 HP onto the snowboard. And it looks like that escape is possible. But no, and the pursuit is on. There's a snowboard right there behind him, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, lucky for him, he has a snowboard in a snow area. Unlucky for him, the other team has a snowboard as well, trying to chase them off. Now we have Sinag Dantaon right now going in for these kills, and I think they are surrounded by team number 5 right now. Team number 5 of Cool Kids Gaming and Taris X right now, not really popping off, but hopefully they'll be able to get those kills as well and see them in the kill feed. But this is the last chance that they have. Now going back onto the snowy area, we have TGK in here. Kuma being rushed right now by team number 15.
That's not a great idea at all, but the trap has been thrown already. MX9, even with the MX9, he couldn't get the knock. Guy just runs through him with the AK-47. 2 good killers. What are they gonna do now? The response needs to be strong. Team number 10, their questions are being asked, and it looks like they're just way too tough to respond to. Agent Cloud9, what a rush, Charles. MX9 once again, opportunity to go in for the takedown. Shot after shot after shot. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and that allows them to come up in front, Neptune. But now it's just Charles left, 2 dog tags in hand. ASC, they came in strong, and they seem to be able to end Aatrox as well. Let's see if or not this pulls out. What? Aatrox has stepped in there and ended it so fast, Neptune.
The cluster gameplay, and this is what I'm talking about. Now, the moment that they saw they got that opportunity that to go in for the kill, for the push, Aatrox main just went in there, and they are vulturing out on those wins, on those kills. They were able to vulture out in the battle of ASC and TGK. I think they're expecting TGK to be there as well, but TGK was able to get away. But Aatrox main just found out that there's a team battling, and that is why they're part of the leaderboard, because they are not backing off that quickly.
Backing off, they are hunting, man. They are out on a hunt, and they keep finding the prey right in front of them. They keep finding these little pure bunnies hopping around the field. This meal, one meal after the other. Now Jet gonna get taken out. NRX 420, Pabi back to back with those kills, and it looks like this is just way too easy for 420. Dos tries to get away. Kape will be in the vicinity to go in here for the chase as well, but I don't think that's what NRX 420 is looking for. They don't just want to go in for the chase. They want to see if they can find as many squads as possible, because they know based on the kill feed that Aatrox is just right behind them. And although the top 3 spots means nothing, they still want to end on a high note. Tesla Esports Ampere will be able to catch up as well. Masu going in with a Holger 26, not able to get a knock just yet. Team 9 throws a couple of nades towards them. Vagrant Squad really want this fight.
Yeah, indeed. They really want to go in for the fight, and I think this is where the teams are already popping off. Battle after battle, engagement after engagement right now. This is the last match for this part of the for this half of the semifinals, and I think this is where they need to catch up on the scores. We have a Most Wanted in there already with the rest of the teams trying to take a look near this water area, and we also have in there YS from team number 9, VS from Reagan's squad right now, trying to go in and truck gameplay, but here we go. Aatrox main once again, AJ, going against Nova.
Yeah, I don't think Nova Nemesis is going to be making their way out of this. Toru out on the ground. Crown! Beautiful defender gets pulled out. Toru goes for the slide, and unfortunately not able to get out of that. Bake goes in for the throw with his bomb, and the smoke bomber gets smarted out anyway because the vehicle gameplay comes in for Aatrox, and they still stand tall. Now Varde Triple V turned into a dog tag on the ground. Ground will still be able to find cover behind the vehicle. Aatrox looking for those kills. They found 9 so far. 9 points just with the kills. It's something they will take most definitely home happily, but they won that number 1 spot as well. And nobody is able to slow them down, Neptune.
Yeah, I love how Crown went in there, knowing that he's at a disadvantage in there, just jump into the vehicle and run off one of the members of Nova, and then just jump off and went for the kill. That is quickness, indecision, and tactics as well. Now, as we can see in here, NRX 420 going against ZB1. Oh, Butch Cutie right now running off against Pabi in there, and Pabi was taken down by Alak right now. Butch Cutie is in there still on the sports car. Now, this is difficulty on the sports car. Being on this hill, it's very hard to maneuver. That is why Butch Cutie is just jumping off. But here comes Kape trying to go in against Alak, and Alak right now trying to get away.
Oh, good play by Alak there, although there's no snow in the vicinity. Uh-oh, it's gonna be Pabi. Wow, come on, Pabi! Show some mercy, man. The poor little birdie was flying around.
There you go. I mean, they don't have a daddy bird in here, but they are in here taking down birds just like that. Pabi is in here. What a sniper. Still, no question. Pabi will be able to take them down.
Okay, now let's see if or not Pabi will be able to get Bry out of the situation as well. Quite curious as to why Bry hasn't healed himself up just yet. It will be unfortunate if he has got no adrenaline on him. Rygo with a situation of their own as well. One player is stuck in the building in front of them. That's going to be Maku from ASC. Getting him out is not going to be too much of an issue, but it will be putting them in harm's way. That's exactly how they handle this.
Yeah, Most Wanted right now still with 0 points, and we are in the second circle, moving into the third. Hopefully they'll be able to move up on this rank, and we have a Rygo in here together with Pokey Story and Mashu. These are new names that I'm seeing from the side of Most Wanted, and Fate X will be in here now. This might be an engagement, AJ.
Okay, now Now let's see if or not they do get crossed. No, they will not get into that fight. Team 16 keeping an eye on them. Fate X, which is still trying to make its way into the top 12. Good luck to them that they make that match. 0 kills on the board though. Doesn't look like it's gonna be that easy.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it, not quite sure if they're really targeting someone or just guessing that someone is in there. Hopefully, they'll be able to move up their tactics and change it accordingly. But the zone will be closing in, and we have in here Fate X right now going in for those kills, and we have a Fate X. Oh yeah, they've seen team number 22. They're the ones targeted in there on that area, on that compound. But it's Aatrox's main being taken by Fate X. Now, will they be able to keep this up, blocking Aatrox's main at this point, or will they or Aatrox's main be able to get away on this area, AJ?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? Because the truck's right there in front of them, Big Bertha, but I don't think Big Bertha will be able to move fast enough, so that's going to be quite a tough situation to sneak out of. And here's the problem. Fate X gatekeeping them, making sure that it's so difficult for the rest of them. Beautiful play here coming in from the New Potato Rabbit, going in for this dog tag pickup, but unfortunately Mickey and the Outlaw just too good, just too fast, and now Crown right there in front of them. Mickey going in for those shots, but it's going to be a little bit too fast. Slipping and sliding, no snowboards on them, and Mickey knows, Mickey's sure that he will be able to get the shot, but just when he thought he was about to get lucky, snowboards get popped out, and it allows Team 22, Aatrox's main, to continue surviving. Oh, shot after shot. The car is gonna be just enough. But they got out there in the nick of time.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, one shot might have taken down one of their members, but at least one will be surviving. But I love the way they moved. They know, they got the information where the enemies are coming from, and they went in from diagonally into the circle. If they went straight ahead with a sniper, they will be shot several times before getting into the zone. And that is a good tactics from Aatrox's main at that point.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why they are one of the contenders for that #1 spot. Team 11, a little too easy for the Collectors Blackfire. 2 good killers. I was a little surprised that they lost their men that fast. But let's see exactly what else we have in there. Fate X with the opportunity to go in CBI of version 1 right in front of them. Fate X has not been able to do very well in the first 3 games. Hopefully the final match in here is enough for them to sneak into that top 12 spot.
Indeed, it is the target. The top 12 is a target for both half of the semifinals. We're now about to, are getting closer to the end of the first half, but hopefully we'll be able to see more of the gunfight in here. We have Minari right now trying to shoot down team number 5 at CKG. Antares X right now, who has been trapped and being grenaded in here. Novagas at this point, but Minari in there will be, Tenchi will be taken down, and Mash was able to get those kills. Jewel right now will be taken down. It's now left to Alfaro, who's still riding away on Big Bertha. Minari is still alive in here, and LC316 not looking good, AJ.
But he needs to pick his friend up. Unfortunately, does not have a great control on Bertha. NRX 420 keeping the pressure on to the most wanted Vindico here. Bobby trying to get those shots with his exotic Arctic 50, and he will be able to do exactly that, which means the airdrop has already been hit. And none of these players want to be messing with Bobby when he's got his Arctic 50 on him, right? Such a pain to deal with, especially in a zone that is this small, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and a good position. Mentioned earlier to get away from Antares. This is a good position by Pabi as well, going diagonally in there because it's either going far and going in, and there you go. We have Kape for the backup, but Pabi in there was able to reduce those HP. Now, they still have the target. Good information from side of Pabi, still not letting go of most wanted right here, and they really want to get those kills. And speaking of kills, they already have 8 on their name, AJ.
Yeah, it's just the foliage there helping out squad number 4, most wanted Vindico, and it provides just enough cover so that Bobby cannot be that much of a problem to deal with. Kape, on the other hand, just cleaning out. Lavon getting toasted out of this matchup, and none of those other members are able to come anywhere close to NRX 420 because of this. Now, Get has already been, put out of commission in this round. Unfortunately, he will not be able to go into that final battle. Now, here is the point of worry for NRX 420. They need to move, and the next zone, is nowhere near to them. 30 seconds now. They gotta get moving, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And losing one get in there might prove to be a problem for NX 420, but there's no worries. They're already on the top spot. So whatever they are doing right now, just keep on doing them and they'll be able to go into finals. But we have Aatrox right now, still the consistent team being shot down, but not going down from the side of Big Grand Squad. We have Ryo in here missing some of those shots, and the airborne will be released right now, and they will be going in for the push a little too close in there into the zone, and I know a few members or a few teams will be waiting.
Oh, they are lucky, man. The moment they are about to get snuffed out by the zone, they managed to squeeze in. But now they might be going in for a fight a little bit too early. Pogs, what is he doing? Fennec in hand manages to pull out the snowboard in time to make sure he doesn't become easy takings for squad number 9. Now Slasher will be able to take down LC316's Alfaro, which is right in front of him. And as he goes in to get that done, Bobby from the back with the backstab takes him out a little too easy, Neptune.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When you when you head away from your teammate, you will be taken down. That is what happened in there. And Papi on the sniper, with you out in the open, you will be the next target. We have in there Pedro, who was able to go in for the kill. Now, SWAT right now is in here making their way. Oh, there you go. We have Riley in there going in for the kill. There's only 2 more members. Cape going in for those purified gameplay. But Pogs right now, defender in hand, will be trying to get away. Will he be fast enough to get away from this point? Pogs right now being shot down, gunned down, and there you go. The fence will be saving him.
Oh, smart play by Bobby there, slipping and sliding, and they are so close to the next zone. NRX 420 in a strategic position right now, and they don't want to let it go because of exactly what Bobby can continue to do. 2 back-to-back nades, make that 3, and Team 3 make that 4. New grounds. Ivinko most definitely will be having a nade party right there in front of them. Unfortunately, none of those nades will be able to connect much. Team number 18, nade right in front, taking on Yikra Themis. It's the numbers game, and Nade's still able to survive this long. Cluster grenade going to get popped right in front of him, and that will enable him to buy a little bit more time. But now 15 HP Nade is left with. He needs to heal himself up with that adrenaline. He's wasting a little bit too much time here, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you don't want to waste much time. If you have a few, like a medkit in there, you can start with that and then top it off with the adrenaline. But here we go. We have Vims in here going in for the battle, but the rest of NRX 420 right now for the rush. And there you go, Cafe purifying, just burning them off. Will be taken down in there. And we have NRX 420 going in for the elimination. 5 teams remaining on this fight. We're now left with Bobby and Riley on this side. And I think the sniper will not work that quick from side of Bobby. Hopefully he has a good backup in there. The AK-47 that he usually has as a backup will be his next weapon. But Nate right now is in here just waiting for the chance. And earlier I thought he will be taken down by team number 1, but he was able to manage to survive in this fight.
Yeah, let me just bring it as it is, man. NRX 420, the kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. Yeah, they're back to dominate. No wins just yet. They're back in the number 1 spot, and they just want to make it a point to win this final one. But will they be able to do that? The answer is potentially yes. Riley still toasting those players out. Now, Raygun will be able to go in here for a quick swoop, and if Winchy pulls this, if he times it just right, NRX might just get wiped out, Neptune.
Well, Vinci will not have the chance because he died out of the zone. It's now left to Nade, who's still on the skies, and there we go. I think this is the final of this game. And NRX 420 with a numbers game, they have a great chance to survive as Nade will be taken down and both members still alive. NRX 420 in there for a great finish. Match number 4 for the win.
Why they gotta do us like that, man? Why they gotta do us like that? NRX, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NRX 420 stepping it up in that very final match. You know, your theory of them holding back might just stand true because when they really tried, these guys just lit that whole lobby up. The last time I checked, they were at about 14 kills, and that wasn't the end of the match just yet, Neptune. They potentially have taken up close to 30 points in this round, man. I don't know if or not that is the final statistics. I got kicked out of the lobby, so I'm not able to confirm on those final number of kills. But that's as close as you get to crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen NRX 420. Well, not necessarily this set of teams that we have from the previous The Plunge, and I love how they build the story. It's not just a game. It's not just a game that they want to win. It's the story that they want to build on this match. They're not really popping off. Well, on the winner side from the first 2-3 matches, but they are slowly moving in, and this is something that. This is something that we like to love because you mentioned the moment that they want to go in, they go in. And that's what they did.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the moments where they choose to play at their best, they just seem so unreal because there's just nothing that the other squads are able to do. There's just nothing the other teams are able to do to counter any one of their strategies, any one of their gameplays. And that's the most mind-boggling part. Aatrox main, I expected them to be able to perform a little bit better. Unfortunate for them, they just got caught in a very sticky situation and then snuffed out. Tesla Esports Ampere, I just haven't been able to see consistency out of them, Neptune. How about you, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's only a few instances that they popped off, though. Yeah, off cam, they are taking those kills, but hopefully they'll be able to go into the engagement and, like the third match, be able to finish up with a win. But I'm confident they are in there on the top 12, and they will see them on the finals, more of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see exactly how the final standings for Group 1 is, because don't forget, the top 12 will be going on to the grand finals, and we have got semifinals Group 2 waiting to be in action as well. 4 back-to-back matches still coming up your way. We are just at the halfway point of the day.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we held off a little bit on the first 2 matches as well. As you, AJ, mentioned, this is 8 matches that we're talking about. We want to give you the best hype when necessary, and it's not every time that we can hype. We can talk about things that we think about the teams and the game as well for your information, especially the viewers right now. And especially, guys, since you're sharing the stream, we want more people in here liking the game. So the more information that we give out regarding the game and the story that we build, then more of us will be in here in this community, AJ.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Nephew. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, based on whatever we have seen in here so far, it seems like the kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, the title that NRX 420 has picked up for themselves over the course of many months of dominating the pro scene for Battle Royale. I thought the title was going to get taken away at this point. I really thought that this would be the time where they step right back in and we find out that the gap in competition has just been blown out of proportion and the Filipinos have stepped up. But it just seems so impossible. They even without trying, they don't look like they've been trying, and yet sitting down at the number 1 spot. How do you even think that's possible, Nephew?
Yeah, I mean, despite of not being able to join the Plunge from the previous seasons, I think they never gave up. They never gave up in taking the title once again once they're back into the game. And that's what they are here to prove. New members, new seasons, new updates, and, well, the old kings will still be the kings. We'll have to find out because we're just in the semifinals. The first half, indeed. And like Agent mentioned, they're still not showing their best at this point, but they are doing great at this game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now we've got the highlights coming up for you guys. This would be from match number 4, the most interesting matchup of all because of how NRX 420 decided to go on a rampage and how they were actually able to do so. I mean, because we've seen many a times with teams dropping in and trying to pull off certain types of gameplays. Not
Yeah.
everybody gets exactly what they want, Neptune, now do they?
Yeah, I mean they don't get exactly what they want, but I'm just curious because I think it's difficult for them to hold off at this point. And for those teams who are trying to move up to the top, it's difficult for NX 420 to step back a little bit because they have the fire in them. They have the great potential in them, and then hold that off, trying to cage that lion. I think it's difficult for them for the first 3 rounds, and round number 4 is the easiest for them.
Yeah, man. Way too easy. It looked like when they wanted to try, it just got a little easier. If they are not dumbing themselves down in these matches, it just looks like, this squad is just absolutely untouchable. But of course, we still have got group number 2 that's waiting to jump into action, and quite a number of brands there will be waiting to prove us wrong. Will be waiting to prove that NRX 420 is not as invincible as they want the audience to think they are. I mean, let's just run through a couple of names from Team B, right? We've got Vagabonds Esports in there. We've got Reach Apex Main in there. We've got Sigra Zoops. We've got A-Lab Esports. And just those brands alone is more than enough, more than capable of not only taking the fight up to the current kings, but also whooping them out of the lobby pretty early, don't you think, Nephew?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, knowing Dagbon Esports, the way they went in for the previous plunge and the fun that they gave us on the previous plunge, Dagbon Esports are here to stay. They are here to defend and prove them that they might be the new kings. And knowing their tactics, they are the team that never backed off. They each round, despite of whether it's qualifiers, semifinals, or the finals, they didn't back off. They didn't step back. They just show us the kills, the engagement, the tactics that they have to offer, and that's one thing that they need to look out for.
Yeah, and that's crazy, right? To be able to have that much of guts in a competition where there are no bots. They're all players. Some players may play like bots, but not at this level of the competition, right? At this level of the competition, each and every single moving object out there on the field wants to kill you. Each and every single player is capable of taking down your entire squad if you are not careful with that. Which is one of those things that made me so impressed with Nate from Team 18 here, because SWAT Icarus had this one guy survive for so long, and it is how he survived so long within this watchtower, making use of all of the artillery that he had on his side, the tacticals, and the cluster grenade getting popped out at the precise moment to make sure who was downstairs who wanted to step up to know that no, this is not the place you mess. How about you go play somewhere else? And he survived for quite a while.
I think he's the one who went second, flying around in there, dying in the air after Da Vinci in there just died. And here we go. We have Nate in here just flying around, and the control on that small circle. Wow, absolute perfection in there, and trying to jump out into the open was Reagan was just waiting in there. So not, I think it's Nate who went second as Reagan was taken down, but going against NRX 420 in there. Oh my God, Nate did a great job, and I think it's Temis or Igdra Temis who tried to knock on the doors of Nate in there and just backed off. No entry.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Because if they had taken the fight up to NRX 420, I believe one of the other squads would have been the champion. We wouldn't see NRX Esports, the winner of round 4/4 for Group 1 of the semifinals. But, it's just what it is, man. Those microsecond decisions that we have touched on all throughout the day. Once again, that was the opportunity that was placed in front of these players, and they just didn't step up. They just didn't take the advantage. They didn't take the individual numbers game because, quite honestly, all of them were focused in on two players who pretty much were out in the open. And at any one point of time, they could have gone in there for that push, but everybody wanted to assure the placement points for themselves. Sometimes it's just good to gang up on the big dogs and eat them up. Nephew.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't know. You wouldn't know who's in there unless you took them down, or probably your member has been taken down by this guy, and then the kill feed. Oh, it's NRX 420 in there. I have to rush them, but you're already down to one person. So, it's the decision, the confidence as well for the teams that we have in here that they need to make those moves when needed and if applicable. Because it is needed, but it's not applicable at that time. Then you just have to back away.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ray because it looked like he killed himself. I'm still wondering as to how he managed to get that completed because, if at all he had managed to reverse that onto a different player from NRX 420 instead of snuffing himself out, there would have still been an opportunity, right? The final player as he swooped down from which team was that? From SWAT Icarus, I believe, from Team 18. He could have at least gotten that final kill. But it was the perfection. It was the degree of how smart NRX 420 truly was, right? With the trap tool as well. And this is how everything ends up. Unfortunately, for the names that you see in front of you on the leaderboard right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are the teams that do not make it to the grand finals. We'll start from the bottom. Latest Animo Esports, Arcanum Ignis Night Owls, ASC Galaxy, Synac Downtown version 1, Star VIP Orion, Armament Vengeance, Fate X, 7th Brigade Fuerza, Asian Cloud9, Vagrant Squad, CKG Aries, Cool Kids Gaming, Antares X, as well as, unfortunately, New Potato. They do not make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, they were kicked in there. They were kicked. I'm wondering. Oh my God! If you look at the scores in there from the side of New Potato, it is almost tied in there. I think it's a placement point that was able. Correct me if I'm wrong. In there as to which was the tiebreaker, but it's 31 points for both LC 316 in there, and New Potato was just kicked off.
Yeah. Unfortunate for them, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and if we go into the list, I think there's no waiting in there. So let's go in for the top. We have NRX Esports Philippines 420 going in for number 1, and the scores is 96 total points, getting close to 100. That is absolute perfection, as for AJ would say. We have Atrox Main in here going in for second place, 78 points, and close behind, or not really that close behind, but Tesla Esports Ampere in there going in for third. Newgrounds and Vinco in here for 48 points, and close behind in there CB1 version 1 with 45, the same as Igdra Demi's in there with 45 points. We have SWAT Igarus with 44 points. Nova Nemesis with 42, the same as the Collectors Blackfire. We have two good killers, good enough for them to be able to get into the top 12, as well as Most Wanted Vindico. And we have their LC316 on the final slot on going in for the finals, AJ.
I feel for the New Potatoes. I know they wanted this really, really badly. But it's just unfortunate. LC316, they put in enough effort as well to make it up to the top. All 12 of these groups, we surely saw moments of, highlights from all of them, right? Each and every single one of them, even two good killers, TGK, they took such great fights one after the other. And at the end of the day, like we've been mentioning, Neptune, if you cannot get those kills, you need those placements. If you cannot steal those placement points, at the very, very least, you need to be able to buffer your points up with those skills, which, unfortunate for quite a number of these squads, they just did not do today.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if they were able to balance it off, then they might be able to take to the top 12. But yeah, we have 25 teams who went in, so definitely there will only be 12 in there, and some will be backing off. But there's another chance in there for the next The Plunge or other tournaments in there by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. But Once again, we just ended the fourth round on the semifinals one. We're going into the break. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ. We'll see you in a bit.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
And welcome back to the Plunge Philippines Battle Royale. We are your casters for today. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ. And earlier, we just witnessed the first half of today's schedule unfold, and we've seen great fights in there and good stories to tell as well from the first part of this match. Now, another set will be playing for today, and well, we just mentioned a few names, but I want to ask AJ, who do you want to see on this match pop off?
And I'm guessing you mean the second group that we have in here, right? That's so difficult to take a pick from, man, because so many big squads in there, but I have a feeling it's gonna be the Vagabonds, man. I mean, how do you not bet on such supreme titans?
Yeah, I mean, every match that they go into, especially on the previous the plunge as well as the qualifiers of this game, though, yeah, some of it has been broadcasted, some of it wasn't, but we have numbers right now, and Vagabonds Esports went in for double kills in there from the qualifiers, and take note, guys, they had an average of 26 kills. That was an average kills for both qualifiers, so a total kills of 52 in there. Oh my god, AJ.
Yeah, and some may argue that those were the qualifiers. They were in mostly feeding lobbies where they. I mean, we're talking about the Vagabonds esports. We are talking about the top of the top of the top of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale players, all in one single group, going out there and getting the deed done on all of these other players. So that might have been a different breed of a story that would have been a different opportunity
Yeah.
for them to go in and dominate. Now, when you drop them into the plunge, in a lobby where they have to go up against, other titans like Reach Apex. We've got Existence Bigger in there. We've got TNF TNT. Consistency. They haven't been able to be at the top all of the game all the time, but these are the familiar names that have been in here who have been growing with the brand of Call of Duty Mobile from the early days. So it's not going to be easy for Vagabonds to just step in there and to pick that win up. Right now, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's run through. This is the Group 2 for the semi-finals. Your participants: Vagabonds Esports, Reach Apex Main, CKG Aros, Latest Esports Magna, Madam's Club Chaos, Sigra Zeus, XIX Paragon. You've got DDT Marilag in the house as well. Heart Pirates together with Hydra. You've got Most Wanted Vitas together with EQ NX Miyazu. You got the AQTS Zoe, Hosea Fate, as well as A-Lab Esports Vulcan here.
And next on the list, we have Existence Vigor, TNC Prime, latest Esports Fortis version 2, TNF TNT, Akiris or AQTS Demetrius. We have the Soro Red Fox, we have Sigra Kratos, Noobdles Gaming, Ajax, Reach Apex, Rampage, Most Wanted Verum, and Altruist Legion.
So many, right? So many of these big brands in here. Only 12 of these names can move on to the grand finals. Who will be those 12? And is the fight going to be as straightforward as it was in the previous match, where we just see a few of these names, consistently coming up once, time and time again? Or is it just gonna be all mixed up? And I don't mean when I say teams that come up on top or teams that come up in front to pick up that number one spot, but just get the attention on the kill feed itself, right? Just get the attention in terms of the highlights, in terms of the gameplay, in terms of some really, really good positioning as they go in for the initial flight itself, nephew.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's a lot of things that in here that is a formula to success. There's not one formula to success on this game, especially in Battle Royale. And well, this will be a pressure for the top brands that we mentioned earlier, because being joined by names who are new to the game, or probably, well, not really new to the game, but new to the plunge, and they move up compared to what the previous batch that we've seen, Aprox Main in there. If they move up in there, I know that some of the teams who are not really going back and forth on the plunge, will be showing up on the leaderboard as well, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now we are, in halfway through. The lobby is about to take off. The flight is preparing for takeoff. It's just refueling at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, as these 25 squads go in here for the drop, do you have one brand that you think is highly capable of picking that very first winner?
Apart from Vagabond Esports, I like to look at PNC Prime as well, because though they only had one win from the qualifiers, they got 22.5 average kill. So I think they will be carrying it over in here. Probably not that same number, but close to that on this first round. So they are the teams that we need to look out for as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. As we check out the flight path, which is cutting through down all the way down to practice range, that it clearly indicates that quite a number of these players are going to be having the snowboard with them as we move in towards the second safe zone itself, nephew, because the opportunity to pick up those snowboards early on is just there for them to go in and do.
Yeah, and then we are looking at the flight path in there, but before that, we see Enya being taken down in here, and we have in there Quasi being taken down by CKG. I think there's a comeback from the side of CKG going against that PGTNC right now. We have a Chibi right here trying to go in for the flank and probably get those loots as well. But hopefully they'll be able to go in for the kill. And there you go, Chibi in there, Echo in hand for the takedown. And there will be 2 down from the side of CKG, but Courage has been taken down as well. So 3 down already. It's only 1 remaining at this point. Will this be the end for CKG right here, or will they be able to survive?
Yeah, this is the TNC Prime that we wanted to have our eyes set on, and we get exactly what we asked for. Let's see if or not they will be able to continue this run. Out of the 25 average that you talked about, Neptune, it seems like they started off this match really, really well to go on to hit that average here as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, knowing that they went in there in the qualifiers with the teams or with that scores, with that statistics, I think they are in there trying to go onto the top and probably on their way going against Vagabond Esports that they have. They just have to make it work and make it stand, as we have Jagger in here going in for the sniper, right the AMR. And what do you think of this sniper, AJ?
Annoying, bro. I have gotten sniped by this gun so many times. It just reminds me of the NA45. Just when I thought that I didn't need to worry about more NA45s in the Battle Royale, they bring in AMR, right? The right text just a pain, but I love it. I love it. I love it whenever it's in my hands.
I mean, when you get hit by a right tech, I mean, for me, if I get hit by a right tech, I'm confused as where to go because I'm on fire right now and I don't know where to hide.
Yeah, I know, right? I understand exactly where you're coming from. The panic hit me for the first time. I thought that, you know, I had been attacked by someone who has the purifier in their hands or something along those lines. I did not understand exactly what the right tech could do the very first time the update hit, and I jumped into a game, right? Oh, goodness me. What a unpleasant surprise it was. But now that I'm used to it, I guess the gun is... it's easy to manage the gun as long as you know your opponent's side. Nick's going in for the back-to-back takedown. Unfortunately, does not get that lucky. Gets baited out and then knocked onto the ground. Changed into a dog tag. And, you know, saying baited, no pun intended. His teammate jumps onto the screen. Barriers right there in front of him from Team 13, but baited. Once again, true to his name, baits him out and gets the knock. Very well played, Neptune.
I think this is why he was named baited, but here we go. We have the rest of the teams in here going for the jump, and there you go. Akitas has been taken down, and Latest right now already getting 5 kills on this point. This is downtown area they are in, and there are a lot of people in here. I think there's a chopper being taken by one of their teammates, or no, this is an enemy team, and they are shooting them down. The question is, will they be able to take them down, or will the rest of the teams get back against them?
This is a fight on the other side of the map. Latest Esports Magna looking to see if or not they can secure this location for themselves. They crashed into Crash thinking that it will be the perfect loot zone. And the exact same thought popped into the head of Nooble's Gaming Ajax as well. They are both stuck in this building. And although the prime spot is held on by squad number 4, Crash is just not that sort of area where the vantage points gives you much of an advantage because so many of these houses to hide in them.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many houses to hide in, and most of them are almost level. So if you have one building, then you have an opposing team on the same building and the same height, and it's either you can hide or you'll be spotted and then trapped in there because there's plenty of ways to go around them and to get you stuck in there. But here we go. We have Alab right now in here on Sakura trying to go in, trap everyone else who goes in. And I think there's only 2 more members. It's Jeff and Joe in here and 2 dog tags from their side. Now, Jeff right now trying to work on getting back, regrouping with the teams, and hopefully they'll be able to get those dog tags as team number 23, this Reach Apex Rampage, is just stalking them from the sides.
It's just a nice and easy start to the day. Just one squad taken down so far. A couple of other players, of course, lying on the ground as dog tags, but they don't have to worry that much because that Reaper flight is making its way through. But as I say that, another squad gets dropped, and I don't know if not that is squad number 13, but we will have to take a quick peek at them a little bit later on. Squad 23, you've got Nobles, Reach Apex, who we have not seen that much in action just yet. Sigra, ones that we are expecting a lot from. Sigra Zeus have been a brand that has achieved quite a number of achievements within the Battle Royale scene, not just in Philippines, but in the whole of MSP.
Yeah. And here we go, and we are looking into Sigra and Vagabonds in there. 2 down already from side of Sigra as Vagabonds trying to take them down. We have Ren right now trying to move away together with Snake, but here comes Kevs up going in for the rush, and the shots into Snake. Not too quick on the snowboard. Snake will be taken down. There's only one member left. It's Ren in there who will be killed by Blue from the side, and one team has been taken out, and Vagabonds Esports will not backing off.
Yeah, they don't want to back off from this fight. Vagabond saw exactly what was in front of them. Basically prey, basically food that they can chew on as snack before they move on to that final zone to dominate these lobbies back to back. Will Vagabond's Esports be the brand that is able to dominate the lobbies? Because we have not even seen one of these teams get a back-to-back victory. Or even if it's not a back-to-back victory, at least 2 wins within the semis itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different story if they'll be able to get 2 wins or probably more. That will show how dominant they are. But it's a good thing that we have different names in there, like what was mentioned earlier, because some of the teams are getting that confidence if they put their name on the winner board. So, yeah, those confidence, or the confidence that they got on taking the win, gives us more engagement, more great engagement from the teams, because we will not see them back off from engagement as they have the confidence on their hands. As team number 5 right now, a little too confident, staying outside the zone. Madam's Club Chaos right now in here on the launch base, just looting up, and it's only a few ticks per HP in here. 1 tick per or 1 HP per tick, to be precise, as they go into the next circle, AJ.
Yeah, launch base is a great place to hold on to. Not if the safe zone has gone past you already, so they need to get their butts moving. Let's see if or not they will get caught out by another squad. Like you said, the zone is not really bringing the hurt on them just yet, but they can't take advantage of that situation, right? Because getting caught out in the open by another squad who's taking advantage of the zone as well can be a detriment for both of the teams. Now, as we say that, Team 19 AQTS, Dimitri, is on the way to see if or not they can get their hands onto the airdrop, and I think they will be able to do that.
It's quite an interesting drop in here from the teams, and we have AQTS, team number 19 right now, just roaming around. I don't think they're just going in for the airdrop just yet. They're looking for some prey. They're looking for a few teams to target, and I'm not quite sure if they've seen one or they're just focusing on this green box right here. 1 for 4 members, so yeah, they are lost for loots at this point, as Igris right now go in for the scout, going solo, and will be spotting this high ground.
And that's one of the annoying things about having to drop into a competition with so many players in the lobby. Everybody wants the loot, and there's just so much of loot available in the game. There's just so much of high tier loot zones available in the game. Let's see if not they will get lucky a little bit later on. Vagabonds with Blue going in for those long range snipes, one after the other, gets the hit. Oh, but it isn't even him, but Blue manages to drop in that support. He does not get that kill point for himself, but it doesn't really matter because all they want is to bring in the pressure against the other squads whenever possible, and they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly on the kill feed in there, it's one of most wanted, but it's a good thing Blue was able to top up on those shots because he got the kill point in there. And Well, as you can see, Blue right now is looking around because trying to look for that sniper. They don't want to be in a disadvantage being shot at by another sniper in here, as they have the high ground and not much cover at this point, AJ.
Well, Nash, as they will just try to move around and to find a better position for themselves, because just out in the open, right, somewhat similar to the positioning of Nobles Gaming Ajax, are so much out in the open here, just plain hilly area. But you know, although that is the case, they will still be able to manage it as long as they make sure there's nobody behind them, right? Because the hilly area still does provide ample support, as long as you can make sure you move from one boulder to the other. Now, as we will switch our sights over to the side of Madam's Club Chaos and XIX Paragon, let's see exactly what that entails.
And here we go. We have XIX Paragon right now going in for the game against Chaos. But there you go. We have Chaos in there. Madam's Club Coco has been taken down. We have Doms right now trying to get back. And one man down already from the side of XIX. Oshi has been or was able to go in for the kill. And we have two more members in here. One needs to be picked up. Hopefully they'll be able to do that. But 3 seconds under Vibe Flight. I think they were trying to go. That not a good decision from the side of Oshi. Losing that chance to go for the pickup, plus the scan in there, probably delaying it a little bit for the two members in there. Now he is going solo, as we have Sorrow Spade right now taking the high ground and onto the edge of the zone. This is a good position for this team, AJ.
It's the Holger in hand. It is the perfect setup for them. They've got that vantage point as well, but they'll be able to keep an eye on everybody else. But I don't see a mix of a sniper in the hands of Squad 20. Solo Red Fox, although they've got that vantage point, they will not be able to do much damage from such a valuable position.
Yeah, I mean that those combination of like what we've seen here from Lint, those combination of weaponry plus the class will give you a great advantage, especially if you're aiming to go for the high ground. And I think this is why Most Wanted is in here right now from team number 11, because they were in there from quite some time. Remember that moment with Vagabonds Blue in there just looking for the enemy, and I think they were the ones they are looking for, and they're just staying here camping. But 5 kills already to their name, and a pickup on Sad Multo. Hopefully they'll be able to get away from this point because they have been spotted already, AJ.
It's a very interesting game coming in here from Most Wanted Leaders, because they could have backed away from this position, but they want to hold on to his vantage point. Lint knows that he can get a couple of snipes from up top. Beautiful push here from Principal, but unfortunately for him, KL right behind takes him down with the Fennec, and it's a play that's just a little bit too easy for them. TNC Prime on to elimination, as they have just Chase all alone, waiting to pick up those 3 dog tags above him.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to do that. One member from the side of Latest has been picked up already and baited in there. I thought he will be bait as Chase. I was assuming that Chase will be jumping out and then just shooting them out, but I think the confidence level from Chase right now, hearing a lot of footsteps, not knowing how many enemies he's going against, will not make that. Now we are now going into the third circle, and the teams are already flying in. Now we have Lynx right now, who will be left behind. And we're seeing team number 2 getting close in there. Is Reach Apex main in here as they go in onto the high ground, go against team number 17 of Latus Esports.
Let's see if or not Latus will be able to get much done. Because team 2 to reach Apex main, they are no small chump squad to be taken on. AQTS Rose loses a life, unfortunately, to Blue. Vagabonds are on fire, and at the moment it just seems too ferocious to put out 6 kills. They want to bag a little bit more. 57 players in this lobby, which means 53 out of them potential kill points that the Vagabonds can pick right up for themselves. And the same goes for Apex. Unfortunately for them, only 3 kills on the board so far, but nothing much for us to worry about, I guess. Neptune, they always manage in the finals. So.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly from the flight earlier, they went in for the platform, but 3 points after getting to the platform, a little bit too slow from the side of Reach Apex. But yeah, they always turn around and go in for those kills, especially for the win. And hopefully that's what they're aiming for right now and not holding back. But as we have Vagabonds right now, the team who's not holding back, but just looking into your face with a sniper. Blue right now trying to take down Most Wanted and will not be able to take that kill just yet. Alat is just moving away as the rest of the teams are just snowboarding no matter how slow they can go.
Yeah, this is one of the weak points of holding on to a spot and using the snipe from there, right? Because look at the safe zone and look at how far back Vagabonds have been pushed, right? They will need to start moving now, because if they don't, the next zone is just going to be proving to be too much of a hassle and a challenge to overcome. Even if they do manage to get close to the next zone, look at the number of players that are between them and where they want to get to them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if they don't have a plan in here for exit, probably, well, I think they have a snowboard in here, but unlike the usual tactic of Vagabonds Esports, wherein they have vehicles in there just waiting for them, but here we go! Blue in there for the kill again, and there's no holding back from the side of Blue in here on the sniper.
None at all, but are they going to get ambushed right now? A couple of players, they've jumped off already. Nothing much for team number one. Vagabonds Esports, 8 kills so far. Just on this hill, which I expected them to move away from a little bit sooner, they stay on and they bag 2 more, right? And in that very final moment, the airborne comes through and they reposition themselves. And it's all about picking and choosing where do you want to go. And they will choose the side of this hill. Very, very well placed. Not on top of the tent at Circus, because that is definitely a prime spot to die. All of the other teams will be looking to do the exact same thing as well, Nephew.
Yes, indeed. And as we see, we have Meow Sanity trying to look into the top of the tent, but they will be ending up at the bottom of the hill, wherein we have Vagabonds Esports is already on top of them. Now, here we go. We have Zaya in there going for the kill against Coco, but will be taken back in there by Zeraf. And we have a fight ongoing right now. 11 teams in there already fighting in against each other. And this is what I'm talking about. It is a slow start, but they are starting to pop off in here, AJ.
Is he going to be able to catch anyone off? Narosa goes down, and unfortunately, TDD Kenji drops in. Zoro taken down, unfortunate for the full squad. And we will jump right on to team number 11. Most Wanted beat us with the opportunity. JNF Delicious just in front of them, but they will be able to pick their team member up. Alat, who is on the ground, will be standing right back up in a bit, but Hidalgo comes in with the opportunity to take him down. Li Yui in driving that truck. This is just 2 members, 2 very different squads here, bonding.
Yeah, I mean, Hidalgo right now is in there just driving, and 1 member is in there. Oh, here comes Hidalgo. I think he made a wrong turn in here, going in the sides, but there goes CDT Sensei. McCoy was in there, who will be taking them down, and Hidalgo is already out of the game.
Unfortunate for Hidalgo, man. A little bit more, he should have been able to handle the second guy as well, but nothing much after that because it was a 3-on-1 situation. Vagabond still alive. It's all about the placement. It's all about, I'm not talking about placement points, it's all about the positioning as to where do you choose to conquer right after you have to move. When the zone pushes you through, do you blindly run through to your next spot, or do you pick and choose? That's exactly what the Vagabonds did. They took their time, and at that very last moment, they started moving. They got lucky, though, if you ask me, Neptune, that nobody had taken their edge of the cliff just yet. And they didn't really need to fight all that much. Now, Blue dropping in really close to another player right there in front of him, and he knows it is the 10th gameplay. Are we going to be able to see him go in here for the push? Blue very daringly takes a couple of shots against team number 8, who's right in front of him. There's 1 guy in the tent in front, and Blue doesn't care, Neptune.
I mean, that guy from PGTNC is not moving right now unless Blue just missed the footsteps in there from early on, but I think they're focused more on DDT Marilag right here. Blue right now still sniping Sensei in there from above, but we're now left with 6 teams remaining. The moment that he turns and TNC slides them, this might be the end for TNC Quasi because he's going solo right now, and there's 3 members in here from Vagabonds who's just waiting for that push.
Is Quasi a ninja? How are they not seeing his footsteps? This guy should be dead by now already. I think he is most definitely is a ninja. Look at Nash right there behind. If Quasi wins this, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind, man. It's gonna be Yui in there, AK-47, opportunity to heal himself up, the adrenaline in hand. He's got his plates as well. His bag is not full. The Sensei gets taken out. Nash with the opportunity will be going in. Striker! But Yui runs out straight into him and gets snuffed out.
And this is what I'm talking about. Vagabonds in there, really not backing off. They are in there popping off early on. Start of the game, yeah, it's a little bit too slow, but the snipers, but they got good positions. And position is a great tactic in there, especially from the side of Vagabonds. With a sniper like Blue in there and the rest of the teams going in for the backup, it's no doubt that they can get on the top spot and the win, as we've seen on this first round.
Absolutely, and what a way to take it. I mean, we have definitely touted them as the favorites to pick the win up for a very, very important reason, because consistency is key, and Vagabonds Esports, they know the definition of consistency. They bring it right back in again and again and again every single time we drop a challenge in front of them. And I have got no doubt in my mind that we will be able to see them do this more than once today, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible because there's, well, compared to earlier wherein stories has been built, this is a legend has been created already just in the first round. So they're just holding on to the legend and then moving in onto the last round, sticking with that name.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, apart from Vagabonds Esports, which clearly was so impressive in there, who disappointed you apart from Reach Apex main?
Well, I was looking at Sigra Zeus in there, but they went against Vagabond Esports early on and has been taken down. And yeah, with 2 wins as well. They have great potential, but they went against a great team as well.
Yeah, they got backstabbed by a great team. That's a very important point to note. Vagabonds Esports caught them in an open area. There was just no opportunity to run away. Reach Apex main, on the other hand, they were doing quite well, if you ask me, Neptune. And I don't know where all of the prowess went. They at one point just seemed to have run out of the firepower, and they got snuffed out. I didn't even happen to catch in which position they exited this particular lobby in, but the last time I did manage to see them, they were at about 6 kills. So they started off the match really well, just unable to finish it up.
I think at that last part of the game, if I'm not mistaken, they went in third because one of their member died before the final 2 before the winner has been announced, and also Reach Apex main dropped onto the platform. So I guess they have the firepower, was able to get those kills as what you mentioned, but they just fell off the grid after that. And probably they're just making their way, trying to take picks, not really going in for a full squad wipe, just picks on the kills, AJ.
And what's most disappointing about Reach Apex is that they've proven to be in the past such aggressive characters within the Battle Royale scene. If they spot you, you're good as dead, right? They close that gap really quick. They go in for the flush, and this time around, like you pointed out, they are mainly going in for the picks. They're playing it quite safe, and I don't like that, man. I don't like to see Reach Apex play from that sort of a mindset. If they were a little bit more open to just losing their minds and going all out from the get-go, getting that number 1 spot, taking it away from Vagabonds Esports isn't going to be too too impossible at all. And that's the takedown of Sigra that you were pointing out earlier. It's just unfortunate that Sigra got caught out in the open. They tried to run, but Vagabond's just too good with the chase.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, well, we've seen earlier in the first half of the semifinals that there are stories being built, but I think I believe Reach Apex is doing the same, or probably it's a different tactic from them, because so far from when Reach Apex has been created, they have grown. They have grown, and probably this is one of their tactic as well. They are going into different approach into the games, and this is what we've seen for round one.
And I wouldn't be surprised at all, right? And it's the same sentiment that I used for NRX 420 that I used for Reach Apex main as well. When I say that I'm disappointed with them, it doesn't mean that they came in here with a terrible performance. No, obviously they were nowhere close to terrible. It's just compared to where they were. And maybe we can fall back to the theory of just like NRX 420. We don't need to see every single skill be popped off within the semis itself, because there's just not much of a worth showing everything that your squad is capable of just yet, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it is. If you can tell, if you have a lot of tricks and you're not planning to show all of them, this might be the result as what Reach Apex made. Now, on the other hand, we have Vagabonds in here, wherein I'm not quite sure if there's other tricks in there, or all they have is just aggression and pure skills that they are just showing it to everyone, despite of whether they're in semifinals or qualifiers. So it gives a different story for different teams, AJ.
How was Quasi an airborne player, and yet nobody noticed him then? I do not understand how Quasi was able to survive for so long. I mean, props to Royale, because that was quite solid from him. He knew where all the action was happening. He didn't want to step out. He was like, you guys go ahead and kill each other first. I'll come out at the very end, right? But Quasi, he should have died a little bit early, if you ask me.
Well, I think no one would really think of looking into the tent, because no one would be crazy enough to be staying in there on the tent. And Quasi was just crazy in there, just staying and not moving, proning. And, well, Vagabonds Esports had no idea that someone is in there. No one will be crazy on this tournament. It's more of like probably a RG in there that you'll be camping for the tent in there.
Yeah, man. Whatever said and done, Vagabonds Esports, they didn't allow Quasi to take a surprise on them. At the end of the day, they still managed to pick the victory up with so many, kills in the bag as well from round number one. They most definitely are putting themselves a little bit out of reach from Reach Apex main, who's, been playing catch up for quite a while behind Vagabonds Esports now in the scene, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, well, like what we mentioned, there's a few teams, probably it's a brand. I don't know, brand tactic or marketing tactic. When you have a great story behind the brand, you start in the bottom, like some action stars in there, and then you start moving up. Now, it's just a fury that we have in there, but hopefully we'll see more of them as we move along. Because right now, we're just in there on the first round, and 3 more rounds will be coming to us for today. But we have in here Mustachio AJ and me, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, as your casters. We'll be going in for a break, so we'll see you in a bit.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
What's up, soldiers, and welcome back to the Plunge Philippines Battle Royale. And we are your casters. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Musacho AJ. And earlier, we just witnessed match number 1, wherein Vagabonds Esports was able to dominate the scene in there, taking the first win. And we just have to find out, AJ, if they'll be able to go in for the next one or the upcoming matches.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Because we saw how close Reach Apex was, and I don't think Reach Apex will be giving them that space again so soon after, right? I mean, I expected Reach Apex to pull off a little bit more than whatever they did manage to pull off in game number 1, but instead it was Vagabonds Esports just dominating throughout the whole match, and most of the time where we saw Vagabonds in a position to dominate. Number 1, it was luck at the start of the game in terms of catching Sigra off guard, right? But from that moment on, it was just positioning perfection out of Vagabonds Esports. Every single spot that they decided to land on was a prime position that gave them that vertical advantage over the other teams, and they just had one sniper do a majority of the damage. And what that sniper did was not only take down players from other teams from so far away, but also serve as the perfect watchman to report back and tell them exactly where this danger is. And that allowed them to plan the path that they wanted to take into the next zone as well. And knowing that clearly that just wasn't possible to walk through, they pulled that airborne play out even in towards the final zone towards Circus. It was just perfection, right? But which other squad can come off with such perfection of a gameplay as well? That's exactly what we are here to see. Or is it just going to be the Vagabonds all over again? Because quite honestly, whenever Vagabonds step into a lobby, they dominate all throughout.
Yeah. I mean, that is a question for the teams right now. So if you're watching right now, I know there's a little bit of delay, but tell your teammates the teammates that you are the teammates who are watching compared to those who are playing. Tell your teammates that you're being called out by Neptune and AJ right here. You need to step it up. You need to go against Vagabonds Esports because we like to see you move up. It's not that we're counting you out of this game. We want to see teams move up because Vagabond Esports already did it on the first round, and they've been doing it so far for the longest time. So we just want to see another team move up on this game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if I was given the option to pick a couple of names here, we're talking about Sigra Zeus, who didn't have the opportunity to pop off in the previous game, right? But we are also looking at other teams. For example, Alep Esports. It's been a while since they've made their mark in the Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale scene. So hopefully this is that moment in game number 2 for them to step right back up. The flight path will be cutting through from frigid wetlands down towards practice range, which opens up the snowy areas once again to those teams who are looking for those snowballs. So it's going to be quite a balanced drop from the get-go. All the teams will be able to choose those drop zones. But even if so, even if the whole map is still available, Team 19 and 25, they choose to stick by each other. Altruist Legion will be facing off AQTS Demetrius in a moment.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot to jump in here on frigid wetlands together with an opposing team because there's a lot of gaps within the snow. Even if you get a snowboard, you might not be able to get out that quickly. And, well, we are seeing the kill feed already. First blood in there from Sible going in for the kill. PGTNC for the first shot. And we have XIX in here also in the snowy lands. I think this is dormitory right now where we have 3 teams looking at right here. Oh, we have a Courage going in against Chibi right there. And we also have Chaos right now going against Jello of Reach Apex Rampage.
Unfortunate for whoever who steps into the path of Team 5 now. Madam's Club Chaos, they didn't do too well earlier, and they are looking to dominate this time around, right? But it's Reach Apex Rampage that they take this fight up against. The thing that they are lucky about is this is not the more dominant Reach Apex squad, but it's Reach Apex at the end of the day. You know, the brand itself strikes fear in the other players. So let's see exactly how Squad 5, Madam's Club Chaos, face off in this challenge. MX9, those names being dropped one after the other, but DRH will be able to catch Carbs off guard. Now let's see if or not Carbs will be able to do a little bit more than that, right? Because from the back, one shot through the window managed to get that knockdown for him. Jello with the Holger 26 in his hand so far, looking for Chaos, but this is just an all-out wipeout. One final player in the vicinity for them to go in for the takedown, and I believe they will be able to reach him.
Yeah, I mean, with that airborne already released, and if that one member from Madame's Club, Chaos, is out in the open, definitely they'll be able to spot them. And there you go, we have Sid in there who has been, was able to, or who has been taken down by Reach Apex. But here we go, we have Jagger in here. They're back in Crash. Latus from team number 4 is back in Crash, and I think it's the same team who's opposing them at this point, AJ.
Now let's see if or not they will be able to come out of this the better ones, the ones on top. Yui needs to battle against the Trap Masters. These beautiful AK-47 onto the takedown. But Yui now goes down onto the ground, and Steez definitely has his job cut out for him. Jaeger will be able to hold the ground for the time being, but I believe Team 4, they've managed to get the impossible done. Where are the rest of the members from Team 22 here?
Yeah, I think they have been cleared out already. It's Noob Doodles Gaming Ajax who has been killed. And here we go. We have Sigra right now showing that they will not be taken down that easily. They are going in for the kill. Team number 21, Sigra. Oh, this is a different team. Sigra Kratos in here compared to Sigra Zeus that we are mentioning earlier. Seraph right now is in here trying to go in for those loots after taking down one member. And they are just going in for those hunts.
Well, dog tags on the ground, and it does not look like Latest Esport Fortis is having a good day. Sigra Kratos eliminating the final player, and that is about it. They won a few more on the board. 4 kills so far is good, but just not good enough, Neptune, as they look to grab the top 12 spots. Move into the grand finals. Vagabonds Esports, once again, one of the teams that are most definitely heading into the top 12. They are seated at the number 1 spot so far, 31 points. Reach Apex main right there behind them at 22 points.
Yeah, TDT Marilag is slowly catching up together with Latus Magna in there, 17-16, and Madam's Club Chaos in there is also in the top 10. It's the same as Most Wanted Vitas and TNC Prime in there, not too shabby in there from the placement points and the kills as well, but they are in there on this list. Latest Esports Fortis V2 in number 8 and Reach Apex Rampage. So there's 2 Reach Apex in here on our top 10, and they will be followed by Soro Red Fox. As we have Equinox right now going for the push, we have Shy in here, Chopper Gameplay, and Pillows will be taken down. A quick turnaround from the side of Equinox in there, seeing one member and just going in for the push.
Yeah, I like the compilation of skills coming in here from Equinox. They bring in the spotter, very rare to see at a competitive level because of how slow the response from the spotter is right after you mark a location. But let's see exactly how it is used to perfection in a little bit. Team 20 going in for the wipe onto AQTS Josiah Fade. And it looks like Soro Red Fox will be able to get the wipe back-to-back. 1-7 as well as Wakatu. It just looks way too easy for them, Neptune.
I mean, yeah, I've been seeing vehicle gameplays and jumping in and out of those cars as well as above that hill, that small boulder in there. It made it easy. I mean, if I'm about to try them, it will not work. But here we go. We have Timothy right now going in for Purified gameplay early on. I think they stepped into the aerial platform with this loot, and the rest of the teams will be going in for the chase against team number 21. Secret Kratos, and not looking good for them if they will be caught by Reach Apex in here.
Yeah, so Reach Apex main this time around, they are looking for the number 1 spot. Whether or not they will be able to climb up to that position is, quite questionable with the way Vagabond Z Sports seems to be popping off left, right, center. Squad 8 trying their best to take down Segra Zeus. Back-to-back, McCoy turns around, but he just shows Itzy that the echo up close and personal will bring you closer to God much faster.
I mean, Segra Zeus, I think they're struggling on this match right now, but here we go. The ones who we thought who's struggling from match number 1 is going in for 4 kills already in here. Purifier gameplay. I think it's not just Ral in here with a Purifier. I think Timothy also has a Purifier, and they are just jumping on top of other teams. Despite of how slow it can be, Ral right now is going in, chasing Timothy in there. I think they are in a chase from within the team who gets the most kill, AJ.
Yeah. Let's see if or not that particular mini race between them will put both of them in that final zone later on, right? Squad 19 seems to be just at the edge of the next zone, safe and silent. They don't want to mess with anybody else. Cannot say the same for Squad 12. EQNX Yazoo! Grammy goes in for the attack, but unfortunately knocked onto the ground. EQNX, they have the opportunity to pick their team member up here, pulls out the smoke in the nick of time to make sure the rest of the team members from XIX Paragon do not come in here for the attack. Oshi right in front, but not for long, because Yang's going in for the attack, and just one move now will be enough to snuff out team number 7 from this lot.
And here we go. Well, we have a TNF in here joining the party. Oshi is in here, might be able to get away because TNF will be a distraction for the side of Equinox right now. So TNF right there is just jumping in. They lost their chopper. They just let it go. Now the rest of Equinox are moving in, and I think knowing the gameplay that we've seen earlier from them, they will be going in for a surprise push. And it will not be a surprise anymore because they are boxing them out. TNT is in here. Just box out in the corner, AJ.
Nade after nade, cluster after cluster. TNF, they are getting flushed out. Oh, look at that cluster drop. Unfortunately, McCoy now gets knocked down, and there's nothing that he can do about it. Hidalgo, one final player, 3 other dog tags all around him. TNF, this is one of the best flush outs, and unfortunately, they just have to be at the receiving end. They wanted to go in thinking that the building could provide the cover, and yes, it did provide the cover. It also kept them cooped up, and that was just too easy, man. It's literally shooting fish in a barrel with cluster grenades.
Yeah, indeed. And I think they made a wrong move of jumping in early. If they happen to delay that a little bit, they might be able to go in for the kill against Equinox. But here, oh, Vagabonds is in the party as well. And where is Equinox right now?
They just stopped by to pick up a chopper that was just lying around after TNF went in there for the ambush. They left their chopper back. Vagabonds is like, hey, it makes good for mobility, man. Why the hell not? They go, they let it out. They go. Oh, DDD Kenji getting taken down from the back. Unfortunately, just pulling his luck, stretching it out a little too thin, and he pays for it very, very badly. WinRaps now will be able to go in for the backup. McCoy picking him right back up. MX9 in the hands of WinRaps will be able to ensure nobody eliminates their squad member just right on. Kenji getting picked up outside of the zone. Will he be able to heal himself? Yes, there are a couple of adrenaline kits there. Hemostatic onto as well. Very interesting to see exactly how aggressive and yet non-committal some of these squads are. They're not going in for the finisher after they get the knocks, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about them ending up on a top spot, probably top 5 on each round, and I think they are trying to do that. They don't want to be taken out early, because if they go in all out and they don't know that there's a different team, or probably they're trying to go in for a squad wipe and then they will be third party, it will be trouble for them. So that's one thing that you don't want to happen, especially in a competition like this. Looking at the teams right now, we still have 20 teams, so you don't want to be taken out early unless you are confident enough with your teams and your position that you'll be able to clear out all the teams in there that you're going to push.
I don't know why are they playing outside of the zone right now, and it looks like this might just be trouble for Apex. Jello going in for the hunt. The player just playing a little cat and mouse game, but Shy from inside of the building will be able to knock Jello onto his butt. And this is what I'm talking about, man. Team 23 reach Apex Rampage. They should have just buzzed off a little bit earlier. MX9 will be able to take Shy down, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. And Scrammy gets knocked onto the ground. Carbs just a little bit too good with his gun skills, still surviving, but now on top of just surviving, they need to go in and pick those dog tanks up, and Sharpe gets that done really, really well and squeezes himself into the safe zone as well. Reach Apex Rampage, a name well deserving.
Oh my god, I was imagining how quick the fingers is from Carbs in there. Releasing the defender, going in for those shots, back and forth, plus the heal, backing off. Oh my god, Carbs, what do you have for or lunch or whatever? I should have that every day.
Kev's up off screen, manages to take down Teji. But I don't think CKG wants to jump in here because a couple of traps right there in front of Enyao. Lucky for him, he didn't snowboard right over it. That would have been absolute death in a couple of seconds. Nash with Vagabond still with the tank, looking to see if or not he will be able to get a couple of smooth kills with the tank, together with the help of Kevsup. And it looks like it's not too far away, is it now?
Yeah, I mean, they are getting near in there, and on the third circle, they're getting close. So with this tank tactic, this is what we've seen so far, and this has worked previously for them. This is not the usual Vagabonds being aggressive and all. They just want to dominate a certain area, and with the tank in there as a warning to the rest of the teams, they are the other teams will be backing off. And as we see Kevsup right now, just moving back and forth in there, trying to get a good position for their team. And I think they will be using the tank as cover if they get a high ground.
Yeah, it's not just about getting the tank and making sure other people buzz off. It's about getting the tank and picking up some solid kills as well, which the tank kind of donates to you quite easily if you do know how to maneuver it around. Anybody that's seen the clip on my page knows that I cannot drive the tank to save my life. So a lot of respect for this guy, man.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a specific driver lesson or driving lesson for a tank right now. I need to work on that as well because I'm stepping off of the tank. Well, probably stepping in if I will be a passenger. But here we go. We have U1 in there going in for the sniper. No kills, not an elimination just yet. Just taking down a few HP, but Ala will be spotted as well. Now, I think it's Reach Apex right now going in for the sniper and the high ground gameplay, AJ.
Yeah, Neroza needs to be careful. He's up in the air, but he is getting clipped. Those players know that he wants to see if or not he can scout around, but it's not going to be possible. But he still floats up in the air. Neroza, really cheeky gameplay coming in here from the game, members of Reach Apex main. They need to be careful because each and every single moment, each and every single time they take, they underestimate their opponents is an opportunity for their opponents to take them down. But the exact opposite happens as Neroza drops in for a quick takedown, back to back as well. This guy's on freaking fire, and they do not look to slow down. And just like that, they squeezed into the next safe zone, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, they are moving their way from the high ground slowly into the next safe zone, and they have a few enemies on their sides as well. Neroza already with 3 kills as Nash in here, just staying onto the edge. And, this is PGTNC right now onto the bridge or underneath the bridge right now. If Nash will be getting a good position on them and take one shot, they might be wiped out of this game, AJ.
Oh, let's see exactly how Nash flushes them out. He's just playing ring around the Rosie, technically ring around the bridge. Let's see if or not he will be able to make those players make a couple of mistakes as they try to get away. CKG Aros displacing the pressure. Nash managing to catch them from the back. And unfortunately for the players of TNC Prime, a tank is just no match at all. Chase is taking a swim though in the water, and he will be able to survive for a little bit. Nash might be making a mistake here as he goes in to loot the boxes of these players that he has just snuffed out. Their team member might be able to come out from that swim, wet hair, sexy and all, and slap the taste out of his mouth. Let's see if that happens, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out. But yeah, I'm surprised I read that right. Nash just went in there for the kill against DNC right now. But we have in there most wanted already high ground. U1 right here on a sniper hit going against Daniel and Seeger right there being taken down one at a time. Now here comes the flight from the rest of the teams. U1 still securing this high ground. They want to get that information as where the opponents are before they and for the push. I think this is similar to what we've seen earlier from Vagabonds Esports, but I think this is Reach Apex going in a little bit too aggressive at this point.
Yeah, similar but better. Similar but way better. Let's see if or not Reach Apex main will be able to live up to their name. I said they were a disappointment in match number 1 because we did not see this side of them in match number 1. Now Neroza going in for the shot, and it looks like Raz will not get taken down, but Rolled on the other hand from the next side, from the left-hand side of Neroza, will be able to get the damage sent in through to the other teams as well. Neroza unable to pick those back-to-back kills up in front of him, but it really doesn't matter now, does it? Because Apex are now on the 17th kill of the game, competing directly with Vagabonds Esports, who are on their 14th kill.
And there you go, going against each other. U1 is in there just sniping his way against Vagabonds Esports. Now, this is what I love to see from Reach Apex. If you move left, if you move your sights left, you go in for the shoot. If you go right, you go in for the shot. And here we go, Neroza cleaning off their brothers and sisters and not backing off. But there you go, Neroza has been taken down in there with that trap, and it just took a trap for him to go down.
Oh, now let's see if or not anybody will be able to go give Neroza a helping hand. Yes, there is backup right there beside Neroza, which means Reach Apex main will be still with a full squad. Now Alat looking for an opportunity right there in front of him. Someone might make a mistake, but Kenjay is just waiting, and Alat is not looking to make a couple of mistakes of his own. A couple of nades will be flying through towards them. Alat still alive. not going in for the push. Vagabonds, on the other hand, will have the War Machine in their hand. Nash looking to see if or not he can catch a couple of players off guard, but it's just a snowball galore as they zip back and forth. The War Machine not able to connect with anyone at all, and this is something that Vagabonds Esports need to take note of. They cannot get caught up because they are out in the open, and it's going to be just a couple of seconds before Reach Apex Main realizes that they can take a open fight up against them.
Yes, indeed. We have 3 teams remaining. We have a Shao right now trying to take down Reach Apex, who is stuck in this house. I think the rest of the teams are just healing up, but Timothy will be taken down in there with a cluster grenade, and U1 is going in for the pickup. Now, they know that Reach Apex is in here, and I think Vagabonds is going for the push, but Rosa has been taken down with a War Machine right now, and I think Vagabonds will be stopping Reach Apex right here and taking the win, as we only have Courage left from CKG. Eros going solo, and the rest of the teams will be going for the push. And here comes Vagabonds Esports once again, 2 in a row for the winner.
Hey. There are 25 squads in here. They got 24 kills in total at the end of that victory. 24 kills plus 15 equals too many points for one team to pick up in one round.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's expected that they will get a lot of kills, but back-to-back wins in here, and they change it up compared to the earlier matches into here, and the way the circle has ended. It's way back. We're back to season 5. Snowboard gameplay is in play. They're in a snowy area, and they just made use of the tanks that they have. I think that is, they have a book wherein if the circle lands here, there's a lot of teams going in. This is what we're going to use, and they're prepared for that.
Yeah, and I absolutely love how Reach Apex Main responded to the call out earlier that they were not, performing anywhere near what they are capable of pulling off in this lobby. And they come back and they show up. They show up in round number 2. And what a way to show up. Not only do they get into the final zone again, but they are worlds apart from where they were in game number 1. In game number 1, they got a mere 11 kills. In comparison to game number 2, 24, 13 kills extra. They did double of whatever effort. They put in double of effort in game number 2 compared to game number 1. And the important point here is it still was not enough to reach the might of Vagabonds Esports. My apologies with the total number of kills because I was quoting Vagabonds Esports total. Reach Apex Main, on the other hand, I forgot what was the total number of kills they got, but it surely was beyond 15, wasn't it, Neptune?
Yeah. I mean, the last time that they've shown, I think they're in a 16-17, and then the final 3 teams are in there, and the full squad, Reach Apex is still a full squad at that point, so they probably got a few more kills in there, but it's close enough. It's close enough, but we want to see more, AJ.
22 kills, I just got a confirmation. 22 kills. Reach Apex Main pulled off. Just 2 kills behind Vagabonds Esports. Just these 2 squads together almost eliminated 50 players from the lobby. Just saying, man. I mean, it needs to be put out there. Whatever NRX 420 thinks that they can achieve in the Battle Royale scene, Vagabonds Esports as well as Reach Apex Main, they are putting out a clear message that they are going to be fighting them tooth and nail for whatever title that they've set their eyes on.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and this is what I love about this team, especially for those. It's like they have a few triggers in there that, okay, let's turn this on, and then we're going to go at this point where Reach Apex went into medium level at that match, and I wouldn't say high. They just went into medium level at that point, and they were able to go in top 3 of that match once again.
Yeah, and cool, so much more cool compared to game number 1, where they were able to pick up the type of kills that they usually pick up whenever they dropped into these matches, right? TNC Prime, not as lucky as they got into a fight early on in the game. But apart from that, it was just all out back to back action, Neptune. So much more exciting compared to game number one, where, most of these squads were just sizing each other up.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising as well that we went into round number two and a lot of engagement has been happening. I felt like it's already the final round, but I think there's more that will be offered in every team. Now, I'd like to commend Equinox right here because they are doing great on the drop gameplay that they've been doing earlier on a different team. Right now on TNF, well, they weren't able to clear out TNF in there, but the drop gameplay that they did against TNF is really it's really great, especially for a team or for a tournament just like this. Unfortunately, some of the teams or members in there has been taken down, and we have Reach Apex who just went against them. And I think this is where that chopper stolen. It's like someone just picked it up from the trash can, and Vagabonds was able to pick up their chopper.
And it's
I just want
just
to put
absolutely. Yeah, it's just amazing how Vagabonds spot opportunity no matter where they go, right? It's not like they plan these things. It's the micro decisions that we've kind of discussed over the past couple of rounds as well, Neptune. Whenever you come across a situation, you've got an option. You go with A, B, C, D. Vagabonds Esports. They've been through each and every single one of these options in the past, through all of those thousands of hours that they've invested in the game. And spotting a chopper out in the open, regardless of wherever it is, it just means an opportunity. And they picked it up. Just like how they saw the opportunity to pick the tank up, just like how they saw the opportunity to pick two different tanks up, I have to say. And they continuously make the right decisions, which is so shocking because none of the other teams are able to reach this sort of a consistency with their play.
Yeah, I mean, there's two parts of consistency from the side of Vagabonds Esports. They're consistent on taking those kills and making those good decisions. They're inconsistent on their gameplays because you don't know what to expect from Vagabond Esports. At some point, some of the teams you would know, you'll be able to read this is what they will be doing at this situation. But Vagabond Esports, you really can't tell what they have on their minds.
Yeah, and well, if apart from winning, that is, I mean, we know winning is definitely on their minds. This was a very, very well fought matchup, which I think only applies for the side of Vagabonds Esports, because obviously in a situation like that, you want to be pulling out all of your lethals. Out comes the Nova, out comes those clusters, out comes those nades, and Nash goes in with the War Machine as well, which means, clear guarantee that Vagabonds Esports are going to be picking up that win at that final circle with the final showdown. But my question is, what was Reach Apex main doing? What was Reach Apex's plan as they were holding back? I mean, clearly, I saw the plan that Narosa had. Narosa was waiting for his team members to get ambushed, and he's the backup guy, right? But unfortunate for him that he got caught out in the open. But what were the other two players doing in the house that was just so important that they did not see the need to come out and hold Vagabonds Esports back with suppressive fire? Because if that had happened, this match could have ended up a little bit differently, Neptune.
Yeah, my theory is they went into a lot of battles in there from that high ground that they had, and probably they're just exchanging some utilities in there. Probably some adrenalines or some meds as well. Yeah. So we'll have to find out probably from the replay if there's a chance for us to look into it. But that's one of my theory. They are going in on the final three teams, and they want to be prepared. Narosa is ready in there for the backstab. Unfortunately, the rest of the teams was clustered in there, and Narosa was pushed separately.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I do agree with you. Just too many back-to-back fights for Reach Apex to recover from, and to take it up against Vagabonds itself was clearly too big of a task at that particular time and place. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, clearly Group 2 has so much more to offer in terms of intense action. Game number 3 will be coming your way after a quick short break.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Plunge Battle Royale Philippines, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, bringing you all of the action. And speaking of action, for the first time today, we have a team delivering solid, as absolute pure gold, solid in terms of being able to be consistent. Vagabonds Esports, back-to-back victories, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we expected, but we're still expecting a few more teams in here to move up. Reach Apex getting close in there on, well, I think this is the second time that they went in third place on this match. So a little bit, it hurts a little bit on the placement point, but hopefully they'll be able to get it on the few more matches.
Yeah. They don't really, I'm very sure they won't really be too fussed about picking up that number 2 spot in that lobby, because overall with the kills, they most definitely will be hot on the heels of Vagabonds Esports. But the question is, of course, how much more? How much more do they need to hustle up from the very bottoms? Who in the world would have expected? Sigra Zeus sits down, 25th spot, with just 2 points in total. Demetrius in here with the 24th spot. Altruist Legion, 23. Hard Pirate sit down in the 22nd spot. Desire Fate in the 21st spot. LF Esports Vulcan with the 20th. Hydra in with the 19th position. Existence Vigor pick up the 18th spot. And of course, you've got your XIX Paragon with the 17th position. TNFTNT with the 16th spot. Piazu as well as Nubles Gaming, Ajax, Most Wanted VRAM, they will wrap up the 15th, 14th, and 13th position. All of these teams at the very moment do not qualify for the grand finals, but the greatest blessing here is two more wonderful opportunities lay before them.
Yes, indeed. And if we look at the scores in here from the bottom, they're not too far. The three in there with 10 points, not too far in the points. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up. We have Latos Esports Fortis V2 going in on 12, Madame's Club Chaos in here on 11th, Sorrow Red Fox on 10th, Sigra Kratos on 9th, TNC Prime on 8th, CKG Arrows on 7th, Reach Apex Rampage on 6th, TDT Marilag on 5, Most Wanted Vitas on 4, Latos Esports Magna on 3 or 3rd, and we have Reach Apex Main on 2nd, and Vagabonds Esports with a back-to-back win going in with 70 points on number 1, AJ.
Yeah, will Vagabonds Esports be able to pull off yet another victory, yet another back-to-back today, 3 times in a row? That'll truly be a monumental achievement if you ask me, Neptune. But it's not going to be that easy, is it? I mean, Reach Apex Main has been consistently proving that they are capable of taking this fight up against the Vagabonds Esports team, and that they're also capable of picking up all of these skills. But when it dropped down to that final moment, luck definitely played a huge role, right, in terms of the number of teams back to back that Reach Apex Main had to encounter, just like you've pointed out already. But it also falls back to the anticipation. I mean, Vagabonds Esports, they anticipated that, the fight from Reach Apex Main might not come in super aggressively because they already have a compound to secure. They've already got that compound, and all they need to do is defend. And in a typical circumstance, you would not expect Vagabonds Esports or any team in the position of Vagabonds Esports to be doing any of the pushing, right? Because they are not at the advantageous position. But instead, the tables turned, man. Back-to-back lethals were thrown, Novas were released, the cluster grenade, the regular nades, and of course to top everything off, the war machine in their hands as well. It was just a little bit too much for anyone to overcome, I would say.
Yeah, I think psychology, when we talk about it, I think it's domino effect from the side of Vagabonds Esports. First round, they were taking a lot of kills, and then they took the win. Now they have the confidence to do that. Knowing that there's only 3 teams remaining, they're confident to go in for the push because regardless of what happens on round number 2, they're still in there on the top 12 spot. So their confidence is up one more level, and they went in and was lucky enough to get Reach Apex there off or red-handed.
Well, let's see if or not they will be able to pull the exact same strategy as well as performance off Sky Platform. We've got a couple of teams moving in here already. One of them is Existence Vigor, who pulls away at the very last minute, looking at Sorrow Red Fox moving in as well. But it will not be the same for TDT Marilag, who drops onto the Sky Platform as well, Neptune. Looks like this is gonna be an amazing start to the day, but Marilag's flying away.
I mean, yeah, one thing that you, I think I know you hate is those jumping up and down on the Sky Platform just to get away. Now, if you're not confident enough to hold the ground, then yeah, flying away would be the best decision. As we have Akitas right now in here, I think there's already 3 men down already from the side of team number 21, who is Sigra Kratos, and we have Akitas from team number 13 of Josiah Faith trying to move up onto the ranks. They are on the bottom half, if I'm mistaken, of our leaderboards, and they need to make their way through.
Akira's getting lucky there, picking up a snowboard. Not much snow around them. They are definitely blessed. Let's see if or not BC will be equally as blessed, because Team 24 now will have the opportunity to snuff out Sigra Zeus, who quite honestly have been having butt luck from the start of their group stages here. Sorry, their semifinals in here.
Yeah, I mean, they always end up going against another team and then loses early onto the match, probably taking the 24th or 23rd spot. And there you go. Multo was taken down in there by Snake. I think this is a comeback from the side of Sirigasus. And here we go. Litzy just waiting for them. And Goku has been taken down. Not too fast in on the power up in there from the side of Goku. But here goes Tengzu going down. And here comes Sirigasus back in action.
Oh, go! Litzy! Frostbat AK-47 more than good enough, but at the very moment he thought he had the one up, he gets knocked from the back. Zia as well as Kulto all on their own, but now they will be able to approach, and with the Echo in hand, Zia should be able to eliminate Snake from this equation. Manages to catch Snake. A little bit of Snake has been caught at the corner of Zia's eye. Question is, will Zia be able to go in for the push? Echo in hand, jumps out of the window, makes the sound, but gets caught by the trap and baited in by the one and only Snake Neptune.
A very slippery gameplay in there coming from Snake, going in for that trap and then moving away just to bait. Most wanted right here. Zia is already turned into the dog tag, but Kulto is in here going in for the sniper. Oh, into the window. No hit just yet, just the edge of that window, and here comes the pickup on dog tag, and most wanted will be back. XIX right now is in here battling it out. Two members remaining from this side. It's Wars and Teji in here going against PGTNC, and hopefully PGTNC will be able to come back on this fight, because so far TNC right now is not doing that great as expected from them.
Kulto is still alive. Let's see how long he can stay in here. Lead Z, 6 more HP. Waiting for Kulto to catch up. Will Kulto be able to get into the truck in the nick of time? Lead Z just back into the game. Managing to pick up a couple of weapons for himself. Outlaw in hand, but that's not going to be helping that much out at all. But the Hoga will most definitely be able to. Let's see. Opportunity once again. One player right up above. Let's see if or not this is going to be a situation that they step out of on top, and it most likely will be. Most wanted VRIM looks quite solid, if you ask me.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they have a good play in there, but there you go. Volvo has been taken out in his existence. Who will be jumping in on them? Surprise hit, vulturing in onto the battle that happened earlier. And Nuggets right now is just taking peeks. So Kulto is already down, trying to pick up or being picked up by Litzy, but will be turned into dog tag and will be picked up as well. Now here comes the getaway from the side of Litzy and existence right now going in for the chase. Will they be able to clear up most wanted at this point, or will they be able to come back another day on this fight? But Joash will make that or bring that pressure into Litzy, and Litzy has nowhere to go but down in there, because you cannot go uphill on that snowboard. And there you go, the
but you can go up into
from
the air.
Litzy.
Oh, thank the Lord for zombies, man. Litzy was about to get eliminated. He knew exactly what to do. He teleports himself up into the air using that crystal from the zombie mode. And that was it, man. It was the perfect getaway, Neptune. It's the first time I've seen someone use it in a competitive match, and it's perfection.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even you don't know where you'll be dropping off, so the enemies will not know where to wait for you. So what a great escape in there. Now we have in here Vagabonds, who is not escaping. They're going for the push against team number 20 near Soro Red Fox, and they have one already trapped on the roof.
Yeah, and Blue is just throwing all of those traps to make sure Spade makes a couple of mistakes here. And Soro Red Fox, they are in a little bit of trouble, because 127 will be ambushed by 3 players all at the same time, and the Fennec from Kev's up is all it takes. Sprayed down. This is just perfection so far, right? And this team up is coming in here with the Airborne as usual. Kev's up. They've got their Trap Master in there as well to pressure out all of these players. But you know, these are one of the very few rare moments where you see aggressive, Trap Master players.
Yeah, I mean, and apart from aggressiveness, the distraction gameplay that he brought in to the team, that was great. Distracting one and the rest will just be flying off and jumping on them. Now, we have in here CKG from team number 3. CKG errors right now. Not really too much on the gameplay or not really being shown that much onto this round, but hopefully they'll be able to pop off only one kill from their side. And Courage right now trying to get away. The rest of the teams are too far from them, so hopefully they'll be able to regroup and build on their tactics because you don't want to be spread out too thin on these matches.
Yeah, I'm most curious to see if or not Vagabonds can pick up the victory 3 times in a row. High probability of that happening based on, their performance in this game. And you might ask me, what performance made that be, Mustache? The fact of the matter is, Vagabonds Esports has barely picked up kills, which means they are dying to get into the final zone. Although they know how good they are not taking advantage of that Neptune. They are playing it safe. How often do you see Vagabonds Esports play it safe?
Yeah, I mean, there's a different book that they're a different chapter that they're looking at on their books, and we have in here. Well, this is what I'm talking about earlier. Equinox right now using the chopper gameplay and trying to put in some pressure onto Enyao, and Enyao is in there just trying to get away from them. But here we go. We have a TD Marilag right now, most wanted in their sights, and Lint will be taken down. Oh, the comeback in there, and McCoy to the rescue. Will Kenj be picked up at this point? Now Lint is in there already down, and the question is who will be opposing this hit. And there you go, Alat right now is in there being pushed, and there you go, the takedown, but the comeback onto the Mahoy.
So let's see if or not the hemostatic will be enough for him. Pulls out the snowboard at the very last moment, but now he needs to get away, but Multo from the back. Too easy, man. Too easy for Most Wanted.
Yeah.
Now let's see exactly what will the Vagabonds be able to show us towards the final moments of the game. I mean, final moments, but the Filipinos just surely know how to throw a party. 67 players still alive and kicking, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to see that this might be a pandemonium on the final 4 or 5th circle because they keep coming back. They will not be taken down that easily. They go in for those dog tags and then keep coming back for those hits. Now the question is, will they be able to survive up until that's point of this game, or as Vagabonds right now going in for the push against Equinox, I think they are in here to go in for those kills like what you mentioned earlier. They just trying to go slow and now they're popping off.
Look, Nash died, but he's back in the game so freaking fast, man. I mean, Vagabonds Esports, just another breed of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale players. I tell you, I mean, this team, it has shown us so much of consistency from, and I'm not talking about this competition, I'm talking about ever since the pro scene was a thing in the Philippines for Call of Duty Mobile, right? And that's literally ever since Call of Duty Mobile came into inception. They've been consistent ever since then, through other brands, through other names, as they have been sponsored, as they've made their way through a couple of other big names as well. But this squad as a whole has stuck together for so long, and we see the benefits of sticking together. Their teamwork has just improved, time after time, game after game, match after match, lobby after lobby. They just get stronger, Neptune.
Yes, indeed, and I'm quite surprised how they timed it at this point, because like earlier we saw them use the airborne just in the nick of time before being taken by the zone. Now we saw earlier the scan and the drop from Nash in there just in time, so they know the game all throughout and they know the timing as to when to do it and how to do it, and then that's how they can adjust truthfully into this game, being able to win.
Now Vagabonds looking to pick the win up equally as much as Reach Apex, and I don't mean Reach Apex main, Reach Apex Rampage, who you just saw on your screen moments ago. Although they are not doing great. What in the world? How did Blue get that knock from so far away? AK-47, just an absolute forever meta of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, man. Come on, that's just so crazy. The distance, Neptune.
I mean, I'm not quite sure. Because of the previous update, there's a lot of changes on these meta, but they are still using it to their best. And here we go. We have AK-47 still being used. The damage has been reduced, AJ. The damage has been reduced, but most of the teams are still in here equipped with the same weapon.
Yeah, this time around, this season, definitely it's the time of the assault rifles to come up on the rise. AK-47, if you've got it in the head, just pull it out, man. Equally with the striker as well, as you can see absolutely how notorious it is to just go in through and rip your opponents apart. Daniel just bringing down the rain of bullets back to back. I mean, whenever that striker shot hits, it's just so freaking scary. Even scarier than the gunshots of the BY-15 or KRM, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, Striker brings me back to season 1 or 2. I mean, it's the SMRS Striker combination. But SMRS is still as it is, but Striker is back, and definitely a lot of teams knows that, and they'll be using it, especially in this competition, just like this. Some of the shotguns in there, it might need a little bit of a move before you go in for the kill, but Striker is just like an echo.
Oh, you won! Did you one just get taken out from the back? It is the Vagabonds! And here comes Blue, AK-47. They go in here for the toss of the smoke and the traps right in front of them. Oh, a couple of players getting caught up as well. Timothy gonna get taken down. U1 has been killed already. Narosa goes down as well because of the absolute perfection of a trap. This is the Vagabonds. This is the most consistent squad of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale in the Philippines so far, Neptune.
Oh my god, throwing in that trap exactly to 2 members of Reach Apex, and now it's now left to 1. Vagabonds Esports, I need to find out more about how they're doing this gameplay, because so far from the scenes from the live that I've seen from some of the members in here, they only play solo, so I'm not quite sure how they are too coordinated on these pushes, especially as a group. Now we have Alat right now going in for the snipe, but will not be making those hits, and they are in the island. They're out in the open, might be in trouble later on as Vagabonds go in for the jump.
Let's see exactly what Blue goes in here to pull off, because Nash as well as Blue, a 2-man team, and Most Wanted right in front of them. Come on, Nash! Too good, too fast. Nash just wipes out with the War Machine, and it looks like Nash is still looking for a couple of more players to take down. His team members all around him as well. He manages to find Josh, and Xiao is going to go in for the takedown at the very same time. Nash gets up close and personal, manages to get the knock as well, and Kevs up goes in for the assist. Vagabonds, 14 kills so far, and nobody in here to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, no one can stop them right now, because some has already attempted and has failed, and not quite sure if there will be anyone brave enough to go against Vagabonds Esports. Now, their gameplay are really very effective, especially with the airborne and the drop that they're doing. They're not dropping one at a time. They're dropping in there a full squad, full rampage. And as they are stuck in there on the island right now, I think the AB is charging. Seeger right now is in here trying to defend themselves against this teams, and pick up it will be or needs to be happening right now. But Jace is in here, will be so not sighted right now, coming back against Bogo, and there you go, the takedown. And AJ, this is so intense.
Oh, absolutely, man. Vagabonds right back in there with all of the shots that they want to pull off. Blue has got literally eyes on all of the players right there in front of him. Not sure from which squad. Shooting up into the air with the airborne. And let's see if or not Zia will be able to bring out the FT50 Foxfire for a couple of shots. Now, they don't really need to worry about much for the time being, but in 30 seconds things are about to change. Equinox in front of them, and it looks like the Vagabonds will be going in for another couple of kills. Xiao managed to get the knock onto Kyrie first, and then the lead will fall through almost instantaneously, and the Vagabonds are on point 18 so far, and we haven't even started counting placements, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And there you go. There's still 12 teams remaining. So say half of them has been taken down by Vagabonds. Oh my god, the kills in there. And now on 20.
Come on, man. These guys are on freaking fire. And Xiao looking for the knock onto Shy. Manages to get Yang instead. And he gets the kill onto Yang as well. Xiao on freaking fire. 8 kills. And the Vagabonds are not slowing down anytime soon. Then they've got the airborne. They are shooting up into the air to place themselves well into the next circle, well into the next zone. And almost nobody is in here to fight them for their position. Pyro now looking to get taken down with the war machine in the hands of Nash. This just almost is way too easy. This almost looks way too good for a squad from the Philippines. And the Vagabonds, my goodness me, they don't need to win the plunge. They've already won all of our hearts, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And they are attempting as they attempt for a third grand. I think there's a grand slam in here for the win. If they keep this up, they have a good position at this point. And the rest of the teams are just scattered in there. Only a few members. I think there's only a few teams in here with the full squad who might go against them, but maybe not strong enough to take them down. The question is, will they be able to do that, or will Vagabonds go in for a third?
Plus the grenade onto the takedown as well. Look at the Vagabonds go. 26 kills, and they are not slowing down. Xiao just taking it up close and personal. And here comes that AK-47 Frostband in the back of his opponents, and he will be able to get that kill as well. 5 more teams left in here, 9 more players. Let's see if or not Xiao will be able to nail yet another 10 kills. And this guy and his rampage is not slowing down at all. Blue with the opportunity now, going in for the players from team number 21. It's going to be Sigma Kratos and the God of War. Yeah, that title has been taken by the one and only Vagabonds Esports. Xiao still with the pressure, and the Frostband strikes yet again, getting kill number, well, not 11 because that got stolen by his friend, but Neptune, they are on absolute fire, my man.
Yes, indeed. And there you go. They're up on the 30th kill. Blue has been taken down, but the pickup is happening right now, and there's only 3 teams remaining. Now, a few members are fighting, and there you go. Shabe right now from Reach Apex. Rampage going solo with only a few HP, with only Vagabonds in there against them. This will be a win once again. The Grand Slam, Vagabonds Esports.
3 wins back to back. Consistency is key. No, screw that. Vagabonds Esports is key to the Plunge Battle Royale Philippines. Holy crap, Neptune. Are we looking at the brand new kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale? I think we may as well give them the crown right now, man. Consistency, 3 games back to back. Who would have thought that would be possible? Impossible.
Yeah,
I mean, did the impossible.
I couldn't say. They are going in here 3rd round already. When we thought that they are already tired, they are moving up. 30 kills already in there. Well, 31 if that was counted earlier on that final one from against Rampage. But oh my God, Vagabonds right now is in there, are on fire, and I think they're here to retain their title from the previous, the Plunge Philippines. So they are in here. They want to keep that despite of who will be going against them.
It's now turning into a joke, and here's the biggest joke. I think they'll be able to do this 4 times in a row. And the disappointing thing here is nobody is able to slow them down, let alone stop them. Reach Apex main, the ones that have been so close to them in terms of, being able to pick up similar amount of kills, being able to show a similar amount of aggression, has not been able to show one main thing that the Vagabonds have been able to carry on game after game, and that is consistency. Neptune guys are absolutely slaying it. Did you even think that would... I mean, we knew Vagabonds would do good, but did you expect 3 back-to-back wins?
Not really. I mean, we mentioned earlier on first half of the semifinals that I want to see more teams in here. And
Yeah.
after the first win, I thought that will be the end for Vagabonds. I mean, they probably they will be backing off a little bit. Yeah, the kills are already securing our spot, and we don't want that anymore. Let's give it off to the other teams. But no, they are in here to show Vagabonds Esports, regardless of where they are playing, they are here to go into the top.
Oh, good. 30 points. 30 points. First position. 45 points collected from one match. For this is not a scrim. This is not a custom lobby. This is not the qualifiers. This is the semi-finals of the Plunge Philippines. That's what's mind blowing, man. This is not a matchup against the smaller teams of other countries that the Philippines usually dominates. This is just between a bunch of players that are just so gifted at mobile games, and yet the Vagabonds Esports manages to pull this off. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the points, the calculation, and if my memory serves me right, they are now we're just ending the third match, and they're now up to 100 plus points already, and we still have one more match. So,
Yeah.
oh, AJ, mind blowing. I mean, I'm getting a headache right now just to think about it. So, I don't know.
They can go to sleep in the next match. They literally can drop and they can all AFK and they'll still make it through, potentially in that number one spot. And that's what's crazy about this, Neptune. They can fall asleep for the next match and potentially still be in the number one spot as we end the day. And the thing that makes this most probable, very highly possible, is the fact that where's Reach Apex, man? Reach Apex sits down there behind them. And if I'm not mistaken, Reach Apex has not gone past the 70-point mark. And which means in order to overtake Vagabonds Esports, Reach Apex needs to get 30 points more than Vagabonds Esports in the next match, which is close to impossible, my friend.
Oh, I mean, I like to see some post after this game that Vagabonds really have some videos in their sleeping for the fourth match, just to say that okay, we'll give you that, AJ. We'll give you that. I love to see that. I mean, if they can do that, and if they're allowed based on the rules.
They're most definitely allowed to do it, okay? I want you guys to go crazy in the comment section. Tag all of the players from Vagabonds Esports in the comment section and ask them to take a photo or a video of them playing in the fourth lobby with a couple of them with their eyes closed, man. Because even with them playing with their eyes closed, Vagabonds Esports, they're going to secure that number one position. They are going to go to the grand finals dominating the semi-finals in just 3 matches, not even needing match number 4. And I don't know, man. This is just a different breed of team from the Philippines. And I thought it would be NRX 420 taking this up to a whole other level. But no, they are at the moment looking like they are going to be under the shadows of Vagabonds Esports for a lot of the finals. But of course, I stand to be corrected. The boys from 420 can see to that.
Yeah, I mean that's why we call out teams, because we want to show, we want you to show us what you have, and the reason why is because we are telling you, giving you the story. We are shoutcasting the games, and the more engagement, the more battles that you are going into, epic gameplays and awesome escape and entries in there, the more that we are fired up to do what we're doing. So that is why we're calling you out, guys. So don't take it against us. We just want to have a great show, and knowing AJ in here, a great entertainer, at the most, he really wants you to show us what you have.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I don't think they're offended at all. If anything, they are excited that we are screaming their names out. I mean, if anything, all of these players, they love a challenge, man. They love a challenge. They love being called out because more than not being called out, when you get called out and you do step up to the plate, the hype is just god level, right? And there's just
Yeah.
no other way I would have that. If you don't call out some of these names, they step in there, they get a couple of kills. Yeah. You just take note of that, you shout that out a little bit, and then you move on. Most of the times when these teams get called out and they step up to do that one thing that we are expecting them to do is close to impossible or just really, really difficult, man. What's difficult here, what's close to impossible, is the fact that Vagabonds Esports picked up 3 wins back to back against Filipino players. One of the best teams going up against the rest and just absolutely annihilating them. That's what's amazing. And I'll lose my mind, Neptune, if this happens 4 times in a row.
I don't think you have time to lose your mind, AJ, because it is possible that they can do it, and we don't want you to lose your mind. We don't want to lose the Mustachio AJ on Call of Duty Mobile. So you losing your mind, we might I don't know what will be happening on the next shoutcasting, but keep that intact, keep that brain, because I'm going to pick them from quite some time after this when we have that chat. But anyways, hopefully we'll see more of Vagabonds. That's just a wish that we like to see. I mean, this is an epic moment. If they do this will be an epic day for the Plunge and for Call of Duty Mobile.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like I said, it is the Group 2 that has all of the heated action for you guys. And we are now down to our very final match of the day for the Plunge Philippines. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. A quick short break. Neptune and I will be right back.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Plunge Battle Royale Philippines, where we've seen 3 matches already, and Vagabonds has already dominated those 3 matches. Will they be able to go in for the fourth? That is a question between me and my partner here. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, and I have here the amazing Mustachio AJ by my side.
Thank you for the wonderful opener. I have to say, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing the Plunge to the Filipino audience with you, Neptune. From day one that you stepped into the shoutcasting business up till today, brother man, you've been blazing it up. You've been killing it back to back. Much respect to you, bro. Definitely stepped it up. Definitely one of the best analysts we have for the Call of Duty mobile title at the moment. And here's the one question that I have for you, man. Based on all of the analysis that you have done on all of the teams so far, do you think the Vagabonds esports squad has an opportunity to bag the title at the finals and whoop NRX 420 into shape? What do you think?
Into the finals based on the gameplay that they've shown us so far here in the semifinals, and against a lot of big names on this game. There's, I would say, a 70% chance that they will be able to get that win in the final. 70%, because there might be some changes in there from their side or mishaps from their end that might miss them on taking the win. But 70% probability.
Yeah, fair enough, man. And I think 70% is a lot because in the past it was down to about 30% for any other brand apart from NRX to bag anything big at the Plunge, right? And you know, their absence has put out many questions on whether or not they are truly are the kings, because they haven't been winning these titles, but yet they have never officially lost their title to anyone else when they were competing. And now this is that opportunity for Vagabonds Esports to take the title away from them. But before they take that title away on that grand finals, this is the opportunity for Vagabonds Esports to show the world that there is a new breed of pro players that are going to be doing even better than anything that we have ever seen before. So if you guys know which pages these guys are on, because most of them I'm very sure are streamers, make sure you go and show them some love on their pages as well.
Definitely. They would love that, because Vagabond Esports, they are not here to tell the story. They are in here just to show who they are. And that's what I love about people, being honest with who you are and what you got. And I think Vagabond Esports has a good chance of taking, well, the love of the teams, the viewers who are in here, if they will be able to go in for another win.
Snake now going in for the early drop onto Body. Let's see if another killer Wix will be able to perhaps get a couple of kills back for his team members. One member from Sigra just swimming away real quick. Ohalis will not be able to get away that much longer. And for LMG will be able to go in there for the takedown. Holger 26 in the hands of Teji, who chooses to remain outside just to see exactly how this will continue to break in here. Downtown, it is the battle between Squad 13, ladies, German boys and girls, a killer Josiah Fate, as well as Team 21, Sigrad Trade-off.
Yeah, hopefully Teji is not AFK at this moment, or hopefully this is a good decision for Teji right now, because staying still right here as a battle is happening on the other side of this building might not be good, because the moment that he will be dropped, then XIX will be losing one member, as the fight is happening right now into downtown. We have in here Sigra, Daniel right now going in for the healing gameplay, as the rest of the teams are also in there picking up the needs to pick up the dog tag of Olahis right now, because the rest of the teams needs to be back on a 4-man team. Seraph right now snowboarding across and moving up, getting a good position, vantage point against the opposing team. Hopefully they'll be able to go for another knockdown.
Yeah, see, XIX Paragon, they are involved in this fight. At the same time, they're not really involved in this fight, right? Getting turned into dog tag so early, but Seraph will have an opportunity to take down Teji, but just absolutely misses him.
Yeah, I think distracted by the footsteps coming from the rest of the teams, they miss it that much. We have Hex right now going in for the push from below, but will be hit by the trap, unfortunately. But Seraph is in here ready for the pickup.
This is the biggest pain. This is the biggest bane of my existence. In Call of Duty Mobile, Battle Royale, I hate Trap Masters. If there are any Trap Masters out there, you understand that you make me cry every day, okay? Because that happens all the time. You're hot on the chase, Neptune, and you get hit by one of those traps, and it just kills the spirit instantaneously, and it takes out so much of that momentum from your play, right? And in a place that is as crazy as this, Danielle goes in with the MX-9, beautiful, and this time Teji does not get to run away. Sigra look like they want to dominate downtown.
Yeah, you mentioned about Trap Master, so I would like to say sorry in advance because I am a Trap Master main as I play, so don't hate me just yet.
I hate you, bro!
Yeah, man, that's an advantage of being a Trap Master.
No. Let's address this, Neptune. You and I, we are going to sort this out live today, okay? You Trap Masters think you are all that. You run around all the place, laying your trap down, killing the world. You know you hurt our souls. What do you get by watching the world burn? Please tell me on behalf of all of the other Trap Masters.
Well, at some point, as a Trap Master, when you go in,
you get tears, you get sorrow, you get nothing. You understand? Don't use the Trap Master, man. You hurt people. I'm just. I mean,
that's fine.
It's just so much more satisfying to kill a Trap Master. Okay.
I mean, it's when I go against a Trap Master. I really love to knock them out because I love the way those traps just vanish after being laid there. Now I know the feeling as well because I get trapped most of the time, and well, to be honest, I'm not really that good in the gameplay though compared to the pros in here. Yeah, I know the feeling though, even of me being a Trap Master as well.
Yeah, this is just a flush coming in here of perfection by Reach Apex main. It is going to be Narosa who leads the front, wiping out the rest of the members of Zorro Red Fox. Zorro, not quite sorry with the way they took that matchup. They just literally gave that to Reach Apex.
Yeah, I mean, Reach Apex right now. I love how Reach Apex start off the game really heated at this point. And every time they go in for a jump against another team, they try and make sure that they wipe them out. That's right now we have a 3GTNC going in for the push against Reach Apex. And I'm not sure if they know that this is PGT or this is Reach Apex right now. But here we go. Shots are being fired right into Timothy as Timothy tries to get away. TNC right now already on the roof of this standoff, and we have U1 right now going to back up as well. Now the rest of the teams need to heal up, otherwise they might be taken down by TNC at this point, because if they are not prepared, they will be going down. U1 right here going in. Oh, Chase didn't know that U1 is in there. Upgraded Ninja right here, and U1 was able to go in for the kill. Now we have the cluster grenade being heard right here, and will be trying to jump off onto the roof, making sure that they are in here in this fight. But U1 will be backing off a little bit, giving a little bit of distance from the rest of the teams as they go in for the push. Team number 16 right now still on the roof and being pushed in here. Team number 2 still on the roof and being pushed right now, and GB will be stuck in here between Rald and U1, and I think U1 is just taking a look if in case anyone will be peeking out. But I think Nerosa is already in there. The wall bang coming from U1 right there, and a half life from the side of Quasi, and U1 going in for the push. Echo gameplay from the side of Reach Apex, and they are still a full squad. There's only one remaining from the side of BGTNC, and Reach Apex is still not stopping. Now going in onto the side of Heart Pirates, the first time that we'll be seeing them on camera right now. They're trying to go in for the fight against Equinox right now, but hopefully they will not be going in for a bite that they cannot swallow. Here we go. Shots are being fired right now. Gopi on that shotgun right now, and here we go. The fight is still ongoing, and no one is backing off. AJ. Now here we go. We have Cider right now going in. Yeah, that's all right. So we have the Cider right now. Well, it's a good thing. I'd like to point out as well that Cider did a great job in there, not really taking that push because 3 members of their teammates is already down. Now this gives them the opportunity of going for the scan as what we've seen, but right next to them is Reach Apex.
And how in the world did Cider manage to come back in there so quickly, right? 3 dog tag scan, and just like that, the squad is right back in it, but just outside, just on the horizon. Reach Apex main, they are not going to be making this easy. Cider needs to figure out exactly how to get out of here. And this is something that we were talking about a little bit earlier, right, Neptune? Vagabonds Esports, even if they close their eyes, even if they fall asleep, no way Reach Apex main can catch up. 59 to 115, that's the distance.
Oh my god. Well, Vagabonds Esports haven't heard us just yet. They're not sleeping just yet, but no kills. No kills at this point. We're off to the second circle. I think they're going slow at this point, probably, or I don't know. I'm not quite sure, but we'll love to see that win for the fourth round if they will be able to do it.
Let's see exactly what Nash pulls off here. Xiao gets knocked down onto the ground. Sigra, Daniel, MX9. The MX9 is just turning into a
Vagabonds Esports is still in here, going in for the battle. And I think one member has been taken down. Xiao has been gone, and we have Nash right now going in together with Blue on the backup. Now, Nash right now will have the striker, and we have a team number 21 in here from Sigra Kratos trying to shoot them down, but Sigra Kratos really can't let go of that fight. Now we'll have to find out if this is Vagabonds Esports who will be able to eliminate this fight. Now here goes Blue going in for the push, and Olahis is the only one remaining, if I'm not mistaken, from the side of Sigra, and we have the full squad of Vagabonds Esports not backing off as Olahis will be taken down. We have Vagabonds already eliminating one squad.
Yeah, you knock Xiao down, the rest of the Vagabonds Esports squad will be responding. And like I said, right, they can win this with their eyes closed. Vagabonds Esports have no such idea. They want to go all out. They have got their eyes on the airdrop, and nobody else is allowed to come anywhere near. But Squad 14 wants to challenge them to that. Here comes A-Lab Esports Vulcan. And from the chopper, they still get taken down. Nash does not let them get away. Drops right in front. Blue will be in trouble, but the backup is constantly there. Vagabonds Esports will be able to take them out of this.
And here we go. Blue has been taken down right now as soon as Kebsap goes in for the jump. Now, Xiao is already back in play. The question is, was he able to get back onto those loots? And not far behind, guys, we have a Reach Apex main jumping in, or probably ziplining in, but hopefully the teams are ready as Alab is on the roof or on the top of that crane.
Yeah, Vagabonds Esports, a different breed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The speed of how they respond to a situation. Jiao was just on that revive flight, and now you see Blue on that revive flight. Both so quick in succession, there's barely any lag. Every single revive flight that hits, they don't miss. If one of their team members have been knocked, turned into a dog tag, you know for sure they will be right back in action. The speed of response, like you pointed out as well, right, Neptune, most of the time these guys are out streaming, they're playing solo. The teamwork is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's wonderful how they find the time to coordinate as a team outside of the streams and outside of the tournaments that we have right now. Or probably they're just focusing more on the tournaments wherein they focus on the coordinations or not tournaments but scrims in there. So they utilize the scrims, the time that they have in there, and show us what show the other players what they have, and that is, I believe, that is the only time that I get that practice with a team, because most of the time I go in for the stream with these teams. They're just going solo practicing.
And practice make it, just absolute perfection, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. JD, AK-47, straight in here to Matmito's face, and turning them into dog tags is all they wanted to do. Most wanted Vitas, they will now be tasked to come in here for the dog tag retrieval, which Nia goes in. Sorry, my goodness, Alan with the opportunity. BY15, HS0406 in the face. How does one do that to perfection, Neptune? I tried to slip and slide, man. The best that I could do was squat.
Well, slip and slide, I think it's a sensitivity of your sprint, and you have to put it on always sprint so that you're always running. And then there's a new feature right now on the game wherein there's a slide hint, so your crouch will identify, will change if you can slide. But right now there's no need of a sliding. Team number 25 in here going for the jump, but will be taking down McCoy in there. Too quick on the comeback, but Ray's right now is going in for the push as Altruist Legion goes in for this hit.
Oh my good lord, that was such a suicide dive bomb, but Ice Cream with the opportunity to make that comeback. McCoy pulls out the defender a little bit inaccurate, and it leaves Ice Cream the opportunity to pick those dog tags right back up. We will switch on over to Reach Apex main that in their own accord is trying to get right back in here, although we said there's no way they can catch up with Vagabonds Esports. They are trying in terms of those kills, man. Look at them, 16 kills in here, rampaging through that final zone, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they are showing us, we call them out, and I think they're showing us in here that they have what it takes, or they can do it. The question is, will Vagabonds let them? That is the only question that we have in there. Reach Apex is trying to go in for those win, but will Vagabonds let them win?
And I think we kind of know what that answer is already. And, Vagabonds Esports looking for the fourth win in a row. The absolute impossible, maybe, at the Plunge to be achieved today. Just as a preview to what you may see at the grand finals. The Kings are finally back. But only with the potential to meet someone who might just be the official future Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story that we have, because the previous games going in here against Vagabonds Esports, the reigning, from the previous season of the Plunge, the reigning, they have the title. So will they be able to hold on to that, or will NRX 420 from the previous Kings in there, who are still not being taken out because they haven't lost from the Plunge just yet, will they be able to retain it? That is a huge story to tell onto the finals, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. At Reach Apex main, the Rosa trying his best with the Arctic 50 Foxfire in hand. But unfortunately, the Ninetales just doesn't seem to pop up. Not that accurate with those shots. Brings out the smoke just in time for the airborne, as they will plan to move on in Apex. With Yuan, on the other hand, will not be missing. He manages to get that knock, but no delete coming through just yet. 23 players are left in here, as the zone will be making this island one to seek after. The players moving on in, and it is not gonna be a safe how do you even do this, Neptune? You need to swim across. There's no boats around. You need that airborne. You go up in the air, you can get shot down. Either way, Team 23 is gonna Team 2. Reach Apex main, Reach Apex Rampage. They both have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's more of alternating your move in there, and or probably like what we've seen from Existence right now. Oh, but not too effective though. Yuan is ready for that hit, but Yuan will be taken down. A lot of them are underwater right now, and this is a good gameplay for this match. And that Vagabonds right now, hopefully they'll be able to survive this swim. Otherwise, it is Reach Apex that is getting close.
How in the world? Nerosa stepped up front, but Vagabonds managed to snuff him out as well. And this is not looking good at all. Nash, opportunity, AK-47, pumpkin in hand. Roll coming in a little bit closer to see if or not Apex can swim away. But Xiao has got his eyes on him. AK-47, Frostband unable to reach to the other end. And the Vagabonds will not be able to eliminate Reach Apex. The main just yet. Kev's up, feeling upset. Multo right there in front of him will be able to use the boat to get away, but Kevsub has the right idea. Multo taken down, and Nash right behind with the kill onto Lin as well. The Nova gas popping off. Blue, this is just Vagabonds all through to the end. 4 games back to back. The victory isn't too far, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And what a good anticipation in there from the side of Kebsam. Now we have another team of Reach Apex trying to go in against Vagabonds Esports. But Rampage, do they have what it takes? And we have, Striker gameplay coming from Nash with a backstab coming from Carbs. And we have 2 teams remaining. 1 member from the side of Reach Apex main going against 3 members of Vagabonds Esports. AJ, we know.
Machine to the face! Raw still making a stand. It's gonna be Blue and Nash coming in. Yeah, 2 versus 1. The Trap Master is on for the taking, but the defender, he needs for the recharge to come right back through. Can Raw play the time? 72 HP in here so far. Nate's being thrown. War Machine bumps off, and Raw gets the kill onto Nash as well. It's a 1-on-1. Blue, can he get the kill? 0 on the HP, and it is the Vagabonds who pick 4 back-to-back victories.
And just when we thought it will be a clutch, the side of Reach Apex main, the dream has been taken away. Vagabonds Esports in there. Oh my god.
The War Machine though, bro, I thought that was going to be the clutch of the century, right? 3 versus 1. No way, Jose. The weapon that most of the community had already forgotten ever since the nerf. Everybody's like, no, the War Machine sucks. No, the War Machine is still so powerful, so useful in the CQC moments, in the clutch moments. And he pulled it off to perfection. Unfortunately, the numbers game caught up. In terms of the vertical advantage, that went to catch up as well. And the Vagabonds bagging what is simply impossible, Neptune.
Well, I think they are not saying impossible anymore because they had it in there. They had it. This is a major Battle Royale tournament, and Vagabonds Esports nearly losing that fort. Nearly losing, but still managed to take it. Oh my god.
Nearly losing and then making history. Nearly losing and just absolutely shining through, right? What a brand. What an absolute crusher of a brand. I mean, community. What you guys have always been about was supporting the content creators that have come forth and shown us absolute perfection. And that's exactly why we've been backing all of the teams out there who have dominated the scene so far. Give these guys some love, right? Vagabonds Esports, definitely a brand that not only look to dominate, but they look to dominate in absolute a king of a fashion. This was like godlike moves back to back to back. Neptune, we were looking for perfection in terms of consistency.
Yeah.
Maybe look no further.
I mean, oh my god. You mentioned that you're about to lose your mind in there, but after that final engagement, I think I'm the one who lost it because I was thinking of a different story really. After that 1v1 plus still a War Machine in hand, That was simply turning it around. And then we have Vagabonds in here. Well, yeah, the number does work because you're still a full HP as one is going against one. So
Yeah.
Reach Apex really low probability on the win, and Vagabonds great job on the 4 back wins.
The highlights are ready. I just want to look at one squad, man. I just want to look at Vagabonds Esports. I just want to see how they took their final match in here. And whenever the Vagabonds Esports team is not on screen, I'm just going to talk about Vagabonds Esports. Perfection has been shown at the semifinals here for Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, right? The Plunge has been officially dominated once again. I'm excited out of my mind, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, after this, well, I was excited before the semifinals, or even on the qualifiers, but after this, the finals, well, it's something, really something to look forward to, because I like to see how the story ends. We are talking about Kings versus Kings right now, and that is that will show us the conclusion of that story.
Yeah, and you know, there's one very salty third party here in this story, because as we see the new potential Kings Vagabond Esports move into the finals, and we see the all Kings NRX 420 step back into the finals to take the throne potentially back for themselves. Reach Apex Main, a team that has been trying and trying and trying to come up on top, has not been able to get to where they want to be, because Vagabonds Esports has clearly shown that they are a different breed of players in the Philippines, right? They are beyond Reach at the moment, but it does not mean that Reach Apex Main has been counted out, because they can play their part in some crucial fights, and they might just be the kryptonite of these two potential Kings, and we might see an upset at the finals. So many storylines being built up towards it. And I have to, you mentioned it, you were excited for the semis. I wasn't excited for the semis, because the Plunge had gotten to a point where it got so normal, bro. It really got so normal. It got so predictable. It got so predictable to a point where if this team is in here, they're definitely going to win it. They're not here. Okay, the second guy is going to win it. But right now, it's all out in the open, and that excites me. The fact that we can no longer accurately predict who's going to come out on top and how these battles are going to end up excites me to no end, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, we are seeing more names as expected going into the finals. Now, I know, the teams in here that we've seen so far, we've seen Vagabonds Esports and Reach Apex from the previous The Plunge, but a lot of things that's happened. We mentioned earlier, but some of the gameplays in here is now going back a few steps or a few seasons back. So those are the seasons wherein some of the teams are the strongest, and Vagabonds Esports going in, bagging all those four kills is a force to be reckoned with, and a team needs to be taken down early on the semifinals. So I think that the mission of those top teams who want to go on top is to clear out Vagabonds Esports, make them lose the placement point and not take any kills to be able to overtake them on the scores.
Yeah. And we say that as if that's so easy, right? Because thus far, whoever who stepped in front of Vagabonds have been turned into a loot box, all right? And they've been turned into the loot box in the most unlikely of fashions, back to back to back. So many of these big teams have taken them on and found out in the most toughest of possible ways that it's just not possible. The Vagabonds, once again, are a different breed of soldiers in Call of Duty Mobile. And this is one part where Royale could have won the game if he had maintained his position at the top of this hill instead of going right back down. He would have won it hands down, right? But he had to back away, and that put him in a disadvantageous position. It's always easier to look down than it is to look up. And he was in a moment that could have just turned around into the best clutch. But at the end of the day, Vagabonds Esports. They started the day off thinking they could create history, and they did. They did absolutely that, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, oh, first time ever, the plunge. 4 wins back to back Vagabonds Esports right now. Um, a good storyline indeed, and there's still this is just the early chapters of the book from the side of Vagabonds Esports. This is just the semifinals, so finals will prove us more to that story. And AJ, after that match, I don't know. I think the percentage just moved up a little bit from the side of Vagabonds Esports from 70, probably 75 to 80% after that performance. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out because the finals will give us more matches in here, and it's more of apart from consistency, it's more of stamina. If they'll be able to keep it up until last round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And let's take a quick look at those teams who have qualified, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, apart from them who have definitely impressed. Hydra, Paragon, Heart Pirates, Demetrius, Sigrid Zeus, Desire Fate, A-Lab Esports, Vulcan, Ultras Legion, Madam's Club Chaos, Red Fox, Nooble's Gaming Ajax, Existence Vigor, as well as latest Esports Fortis version 2. They do not make the cut. Their journey at the plunge ends here, and they make way for all of them who have, well, picked all of those precious kill points on and over their dead bodies. The top 12 who move on to the grand finals to meet those from semifinals group 1, Neptune.
Yeah, starting from, I like to start off from the bottom and then I'll give you the top half. I'll give you that honor. We have in here 12th place, we have 10F, TNF, TNT, CKG Airs in there on 11th, Most Wanted V-Room on 10th, TNZ Prime on 9th, TDT Marilag on 8th, and Equinox Miyazu on 7th, AJ.
Crazy. Sigra, Kratos, 6th spot. Latest Esports Magna with the 5th position here. Most Wanted Vedas in the 4th spot. The top 12 all move on, so these guys are all winners. Reach Apex, Rampage, very shocking, surprising if you ask me, Neptune, sneaking into the 3rd spot. Reach Apex Main sitting down in the 2nd position. Very salty as they look upon Vagabonds Esports with the absolute perfection. And might I add, with the previous graphic, you know, they say match 4/4 winner. Yeah, Vagabonds Esports can take that as a certificate because that literally means for them, 4 out of 4, they went and an all-out ass-whooping journey to kick each and every single one of these squads down to show that the finals of the Plunge Philippines, they will be the one supreme brand to rule it all. Perfection in terms of the placement points. 60 as they bag 4 back-to-back matches. 90 on the kill points, which they will be looking to jack up even further at the finals, I'm sure, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. I mean, even if you take out the placement point from them, they're there on the top. I mean, 90 kills. Imagine that. I mean, oh my God, AJ.
Yeah.
What I like to interview them and ask them what they eat because I'm thinking of eating the same thing after this this live stream.
How I wish getting some of what they have within them is as easy as just eating the same food as them, right? Neptune, we talked about putting in your 10,000 hours. My question to these guys is how many thousands of hours did they as a squad invest into Call of Duty Mobile? And this is a personal question to me as well, right? Because when this game started off a year and a half ago, my man, and you know, because you are a content creator for Call of Duty Mobile as well, the numbers were really low. If you wanted to go out there, and I can't mention other brands, I can't mention other names, I can't mention other titles, but this was not the popular title to pick up. This was not the popular title to invest all of your time into back then when, everything was still in a setup where Call of Duty Mobile itself was trying to figure out a lot of things that they wanted to perfect within the game, right? But it is creators like these who have picked that game up for since it came out all the way till now, invested those thousands of hours in, that show the fruits of your labor. Truly well deserved, man, to come in here and make history at the Plunge, which is carrying a prize pool, pesos, my friend. Absolutely beautiful. I would shed a few tears, but no, I'm not going to do that live on stream.
Yeah, I mean, it's just awesome to see these gameplays. And yeah, to be honest, you got earlier, you mentioned a good point, especially on the Plunge. It was to a certain degree being like just repeating itself, just knowing that this team is jumping in and this. I mean, it's a possibility that they're greater possibility they will take the win, and this changes the story. Vagabond Esports is in here, if I'm not mistaken, a year or probably less than a year right now when Vagabond Esport has been created, and they are in here dominating the scene compared to those who are already up on the title. So that is quite a surprise, and I know that other teams will be in there, or they can manage to do the same thing as well, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I know you guys are wondering exactly when is the grand finals, what's the schedule going to be like? Well, let's bring that on. And, when we get there, Neptune, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen. The final battle will happen Monday, August 9th, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 8 p.m. Well, until we end. If the fights take long, they will take long. But we will find that one true winner. Will it be the existing kings, or will the crowns change, and will we inaugurate a brand new?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we like to find out, especially in the finals. So, for those of you watching right now, hopefully you stay with us on Monday, 8 p.m., guys. Make it epic. Make it. Invite everyone who knows Call of Duty Mobile. Invite everyone. Share the stream, especially on that day, because they want to see. Everyone wants to find out who will be the next king of the Plunge. And we're talking about Philippines. As AJ mentioned, this is a crazy team. Crazy groups are in here. I'm not saying that Filipinos are crazy, but like the way that they do things are what do you call this, like absolutely mind-blowing.
No, let me put it this way, right? You need to be crazy, right? You need to be crazy. You need to be infatuated. You need to be absolutely relentless when you set goals and you go after it. And that's what Filipinos are. When Filipinos set goals, they make sure they go all out until they absolutely crush them. And that's exactly what Vagabonds Esports are all about. Let's see, though, whether or not it will be enough at the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Neptune, the gentleman Gracia, as well as the one and only Mustachio signing off. We'll see you guys at the final.